Now we're going to be kicking off this morning with some submitters. And first up is the Empire Corporation and Porter Group, but just a couple of things before we get to that. The hearing administrator sent through a couple of property snips that Mr. Growler provided. Thank you for those. We're not going to put those up on the website. We appreciate the attempt to be helpful, but what we would really like is a more comprehensive statement of position from either the council or the applicant as to what the planning position is with that stage 1A. It appears to be some kind of mapping or district plan issue rather than anything else. So we'll invite you to talk to each other and come back to us on that. Relatedly, it's reflecting on yesterday and acknowledging we're still to hear from submitters this morning. It seems to us that the council and the applicant are moving closer together in terms of the planning provisions. So if we are open, if the council and the applicant consider that it would be helpful to the council, rather than going ahead today, if it considered that it had further work to do, receiving that in writing subsequently, obviously that would need to be followed by a reply subsequent to that. So I'll invite you, Mr. Muldowney and Mr. Minhinnick, to talk about that at morning tea. And obviously we are happy to hear from the council if that's the preference, but we'll come back to you on that later in the day. Now, is there anything arising from that? Otherwise, I'll go to Ms. Hill.
Just clarification on what is actually required from us in relation to the stage 1A area. Obviously, there was the discussion yesterday about exactly where it's located. I think I identified that we do have the physical planning maps which show where it is located. We have also identified that on the GIS layer, if you bring it up to a certain level, you get the location of 1A. So what is it in addition to that that you need from us?
So we don't want to have to ferret ourselves through the district plan and find it. Yep. We would just like a comprehensive statement of position from one of the parties about that.
Okay. I think, Mr. Muldowney, where the applicant left it yesterday was that there are words in the Te Rapa North Industrial Zone that say quite clearly stage 1A is to be excluded from the deferral overlay, yet the maps on GIS show the overlay, and the applicant's view was that the plan basically says two contradictory things. Understood. The council presumably should know best what it thinks its plan says, and it would be helpful to us to know what the council says should be preferred, or if it's both and we just have to muddle our way through it. It feels like it's the council's job to clarify what it feels the plan says. The applicant feels like it's done what it can.
Understood. That's helpful. Thank you.
Now, with that, I'll invite Ms. Hill to lead off for Empire Corporation and Porter Group.
Yeah, kia ora tātou. Mary Hill, I'm a lawyer assisting Empire and Porters, and just to clarify that I'm not advising Meadowview Lane Group. They will be separately presenting, and Ms. Belgrave has been assisting them. The Porters and Empire Corporation holdings are around 37.9 hectares. And just to put that into perspective, the plan change area, or the proposed plan change area, is 91 hectares. So in terms of the 200 odd hectares of the Te Rapa North Industrial Zone, the plan change area is around 45% of that. And adding in the Porters land holdings would take that to around 60%. I'm going to be brief because I understand you've pre-read the legal submissions, and I want to allow time for you to ask any questions of the witnesses around the particular relief that is sought. But I will just address briefly the main legal issue, which is scope, and I think it's helpful that the panel has allowed the lawyers to present submissions on this issue. So just reminding the panel that the Porters Empire submission did seek as its primary relief removal of the entire deferred industrial zoning. That is the optimal planning outcome that Ms Belgrave supports. But it did also seek what's described as a more defensible or logical boundary. And it also sought such alternative relief as is necessary to give effect to the porter's submission. So while the primary relief sought is removal of the rest of the overlay, there is a secondary relief sought which is within the scope of the submission, which is to address the porter's land holdings only. And Ms Belgrave, in her evidence, also addresses another option, which is to include some closely associated land holdings, which create a logically defined, what she calls the southern group of land holdings. But those private landowners are not involved in the process, and so if the option of including that land was favoured or to be explored further, then it is acknowledged there would need to be engagement with those landholders. So in turning then to the issue of scope, I understand that all of the lawyers are agreed on what the principles are that apply. So the question will be how to apply them in this case. The council and my clients, I understand, are aligned in the sense that they consider that there is scope or jurisdiction, if you like, for the panel to consider the porter's relief, whereas I do understand Fonterra is still maintaining that there isn't scope, and on that basis I will briefly address the issue. So in my submission, Fonterra's submissions simply maintain a position that there's no scope, but they don't actually provide any clear reasons for that position. And I do submit that it's difficult to follow how the relief sought in this case, so that's removal of the entire deferred overlay, is not sufficiently connected to the plan change to be jurisdictionally in scope. And I think it's important just to reflect on the fact that this is a private plan change. So a private landowner is of course entitled to define the scope of its own plan change by choosing a boundary that reflects the landowner's own property. And all it needs to do then is to provide a Section 32 report which addresses that option. And in this case, the Section 32 report also addresses option 4, which is the relief in fact sought by my client. So it's very difficult to follow how then the relief sought could not be within the scope of the plan change. So the test for the jurisdictional aspect of scope looks at what change does the plan change make to the status quo, or sometimes called the management regime, that the plan change seeks to address, and then looks at whether the relief sought by a submitter is connected to or relates to that management regime. And here, I say that the management regime that the plan change seeks to address is removal of the deferred overlay, although it only seeks to address that in part. And therefore a submission which seeks to extend the boundaries but still within that management regime of removing the overlay must therefore be jurisdictionally within scope. Fonterra's submissions, I say, appear to misunderstand this concept. They suggest that the submissions by my clients go beyond the change to the status quo brought about by the plan change. But whether or not it goes beyond the status quo is not the test. Of course, the test is whether it relates to the status quo or management regime, because if the test was whether it went beyond, you could never have a situation where a submitter sought to adjust the boundary that the plan change had chosen. And in this case, it's a private plan change, and therefore the boundary that's been chosen relates to Fonterra's own land. So I say it's clear that From a jurisdictional perspective, the relief sought by my clients is in scope. And the second aspect of the test is a fairness element. So this is around natural justice and ensuring that there aren't going to be parties who are not aware that my clients might have sought the relief that they're seeking and therefore won't be able to participate. So this is this protecting from a submissional side wind idea. But I endorse the submissions from my friend Mr Muldowney, who has reminded us that Fonterra did in fact engage with all of the landowners within the wider deferred industrial zone and of course considered that option in the Section 32 report, which was attached to the notified plan change, and 18 submitters in fact sought relief which looked to adjust the boundaries of the plan change area, but still remaining within the wider deferred industrial zone. So I don't see that can be said that there's a real risk here that parties that might be affected weren't aware. Of course, if we're looking only at the Porters relief, Porters land holdings, then Porters is the only affected party, and of course they are here. So to wrap up, I really struggle to follow a submission that there isn't scope. I'd put it very strongly that the panel does have scope to consider both removal of the wider deferred industrial zoning, which was an option considered in the Section 32, and then of course if it finds that there's jurisdiction to consider that, then anything less than that is also within scope, provided that the fairness test is met so that parties affected by that are entitled to participate. So for the Porters relief, that's clear because Porters is here. For the other option discussed by Ms Belgrave, which might create a more logical planning unit, does involve 3 third-party landowners who more engagement with them would be required if that was considered to be the best outcome on the merits. Just finally on the engagement and fairness point, there is some inconsistency between the evidence of Fonterra and my client around the nature of engagement that was undertaken between Porters and Fonterra prior to the plan change being notified. In my submission, that's not an issue that the panel needs to determine. Porters has clarified its position for the record, but I don't agree with my friend, counsel for Fonterra, that factor goes to the fairness test of scope or jurisdiction. That aspect of the scope test around fairness relates to natural justice to submitters or other parties who might not be able to participate in the plan change. It doesn't relate to fairness to the plan change applicant itself. So I don't think that that's a matter that you need to resolve. So that addresses the scope issue. I just wanted to look then at the next question, which is assuming that the panel determines that there's scope to consider the relief sought by Porters. It then comes the merits question, which is ultimately, of course, for the panel to determine based on evidence. But just at a high level, I'm posing the question of why the Porters relief is a better option than Fonterra's proposal. And looking at the primary relief, which is to remove the entire deferred zoning, the comprehensive structure plan concept is very well established in terms of a best planning approach, and I'm sure that the panel are well familiar with the reasons for that. But I did just want to relate a couple of those points back to this case. So it's important to ensure that development is logical and coordinated and well sequenced, and of course to avoid piecemeal outcomes. And it's clear, looking at the structure plan proposed in this case, that there are gaps in terms of certain land holdings which are very proximate, which have not been included. And I say that that is certainly piecemeal rather than a comprehensive approach. I don't think it could be said otherwise. It's also important to look at compatibility across land ownerships. So there are obvious efficiencies there. It creates certainty for landowners, understanding when their land might be able to be developed. And related to that is infrastructure alignment. And importantly here, there are two pieces of transport infrastructure actually located on the porter's land. One of those is the Coda Drive connector, which is shown in the structure plan for the area, but sitting outside of the proposed zoning area. And then there's the Onion Road designation, which is also located on the porter's land. So those are important pieces of transport infrastructure which my clients' experts will explain should logically be brought into the plan change area. Certainty for stakeholders is important. There's no clarity for porters and others in the deferred industrial zone about when they can develop and how it might tie in. And also there's a real lack of certainty for council, including funding certainty around important servicing and mitigation works, and bringing in more landowners should assist with funding agreements and funding arrangements and ensuring funding certainty. And the final point I wanted to make is the sort of disenfranchisement of part of a community when the entire area has been considered appropriate for industrial development, and yet we really do have a spot zoning proposal here. So those are at a high level the merits reasons why I say a best outcome is to comprehensively structure plan the entire deferred industrial zoning, or at a minimum the porter's land, given those important infrastructure tie-ins. And I understand that both the reporting officer and Mr. Grala at least accept that the directly adjacent part of porter's land could logically be included. So there's that matter to consider. So the final thing I wanted to briefly address you on before handing over to the witnesses is just on options for the panel, of course, because you're in a situation where you have a more limited plan change and you have parties saying we really need to broaden this. So procedurally, I don't think that there's any issues. As I said in my written submissions, the panel is in a position to either adjourn the hearing or to issue an interim decision with some directions before making a final decision. This is assuming, of course, that there's scope. And my recommendation is that there's some early conferencing of experts initially to understand what further assessments would be required to enable the panel to make a finding based on the evidence. It's very easy for a plan change proponent to say, well, there are all of these other things that need to be done and it's too hard. That isn't the case here. There's a considerable body of work that's already been undertaken, both by the council in terms of the original deferred industrial zoning, and then by Fonterra in terms of developing its plan change. So incrementally including some additional land is not going to be a major undertaking, and both the summary statements that Mr. Morris and Mr. Hills have provided and Ms. Belgrave all say that that's not going to be a major undertaking and could be done relatively quickly. And I do acknowledge that Fonterra is looking to move forward on this, and certainly so are my clients. So if there's a willingness from the experts, and I understand that there is, to engage, then that would be a sensible first step. Then the panel has an understanding of the implications of the next step. The tangata whenua engagement issue I also don't consider as a major undertaking. Fonterra has already undertaken considerable engagement with tangata whenua, and the outcome of that has been a number of sensible recommendations around things like ensuring cultural sites are protected, PO and signage, archaeological protocols, the things that would normally be expected. And it's difficult to conceive that including the additional land would be fundamentally different. And so my suggestion would be that some time is given to allow the porters and other landowners to undertake engagement. That would be appropriate, but that could be done in parallel with either development of a new structure plan or a more limited structure plan and set of provisions, depending on the relief that the panel settles upon. So in terms of the substantive issues, of course, if you find that there's scope, it's not a variation situation. The panel can simply make a finding which upholds the relief sought, provided that it has the information that it needs. And I say that the process of conferencing will allow for that, and if necessary, a further limited hearing once the pathway forward has been resolved, and that may require an interim decision and directions. So I say delay is not a real issue, as I say in my written submissions. There is a risk of appeal if the right outcome is not landed on, and that could delay matters considerably. So I say it's better to get it right up front now than risk kind of backfilling later, which is going to lead to suboptimal outcomes. So happy to pause for any questions. Otherwise, I'll just explain the order of the witnesses and hand over to them.
Thank you. Commissioner Munro.
Thank you. I do have some questions. One of the matters before us is to land a position on the status quo. What is this existing zoning? Is it actually an industrial zone subject to methods that effectively prevent it being usable? Or, as the Te Awa Lakes crowd is saying, is it something closer to a future urban zone with an open question or a more open question as to what the land use zone should be? I'm raising that with you because if we were persuaded to agree with the Te Awa Lakes approach, the presumption of your client, and the Meadowvale Lane people too for that matter, that it's just an automatic industrial zone wouldn't apply. And that would create a major issue for us in agreeing with your submission, because it would be for your client to say what zone they should have and make a case for it. Now, that's not to say we're going to be persuaded by that approach, but I feel it's fair to ask you your thoughts on that question. Is this really a future urban zone, or is this an industrial zone that's going to remain an industrial zone with a change of methods, swapping out the applicable fuzz rules now with the existing rules that the zone already has, subject to whatever updated material might be, or something else?
Thanks for that question, Commissioner. I really don't want to weigh too much into the argument that my friend Ms Barry Pacino will make, but what I would say from my client's perspective, and in terms of the way that this plan change has evolved in terms of changing the status quo, is based on the understanding that it is a deferred industrial zone, and I think moving it into something like a future urban zone is going to require considerably more thought and work, and does, I think, undermine those natural justice issues around people's understanding and expectations of what removing the deferred industrial zoning will look like. And I would also suggest that you may want to put that question to my planning witness, Ms Belgrave, as well. I've focused on more of a scope and fairness issue, but she may have some thoughts on the planning regime.
Let me ask you a follow-up that's slightly more focused. Is it your understanding of Plan Change 17, with or without your client's land added or not, a proposal to change the existing zone on the land or change the methods governing the operation of the existing zone that applies to the land?
I'm going to suggest that you put that to Ms
Okay.
Belgrave. Yeah, okay. My brief has largely been to focus on
Totally fine. These are big issues for us, and I want to give everyone the chance to say what they think
and
about it.
I appreciate it, and my client would like to respond, but that will be through our planning expert.
Okay. Can you give me? No, I'll give you some commentary first, then go there. One potential shortcoming with the argument that's being advanced to support a bigger is better a more integrated is better, a more comprehensive is better approach to go beyond what you've described as a spot zone. Is the question, well, where does that stop? Say someone promotes a plan change for the whole existing zone. Neighbours on the outside say, well, we think that's not really comprehensive or integrated because we think our land should have been in that zone too. And so the exercise, you've done it wrong. It's better if you think bigger. And then the next person says, well, now you're revisiting the industrial land strategy for the city. So actually the only way to do this in a way that's possibly defensible is bigger yet again. So without asking you whether you agree with that, and there's a point where it does become ad absurdum, I accept, can you give me any specific factual or legal arguments as to why, if we were persuaded that something bigger than what's been put to us is required, not better, well, why would we stop at the existing zone?
Yeah, and there is a legal response to that, which is the concept of what is the status quo in the current management regime. And my submission is that the status quo that the plan change, Fonterra's plan change, seeks to address is the deferred industrial zoning. So it's physically and geographically and as a planning unit already confined to the deferred industrial zone boundaries. And so the change that the Fonterra plan change seeks to address, or the status quo that it looks to address, is which part or how much of that deferred industrial zoning to lift. So that's your outer limit. You can come within that, and then the question then becomes, how do you do that in a comprehensive and logical manner? So I say you can't go beyond that because those submissions, if there were any, would be out of scope because they don't deal with that management regime.
On the presumption that we agreed with your previous comment that the starting point is an industrial zone that exists and the change to the status quo is not the extent of that zone, it is the deferral method that applies to it. Maybe it wouldn't apply so strongly if we were persuaded by the Te Awa Lakes approach that maybe it's not so clear-cut. Is that
yes,
fair?
and there is the Blue Haven case that I attached to my submissions is a useful one to look at when considering not so much a geographic boundary, but when you start looking at the methods that are proposed, and so you look at that, what is the management regime in terms of what methods are proposed. And the court went through that quite carefully, and there are still constraints and limits on the particular provisions when looking at what is a management regime. It arguably goes one step too far to look to utilise a submission to change conceptually an existing management regime in an operative plan.
Sort of in a similar theme, this is a private plan change by Fonterra. So if we got to the point where our decision was that we were comfortable to confirm that plan change, what specifically is it that would cause us to say, well, hang on, let's stop. That alone is not good enough. Let's put that on hold while we do some catch-up for other areas to bring them in.
Well, if you go back to Section 32, the argument is that actually Section 32 requires you to ask the question, is Fonterra's proposal the most effective and efficient or optimal, if you like, set of methods to achieve the objectives of the plan change? And if you go back to what the objectives are, they look at comprehensive, integrated zoning of industrial land, and my point is simply that this cannot be the most optimal approach when you have omitted land that includes key connecting infrastructure that's even identified in the structure plan but sitting outside of it, and you've missed out that piece of land. So at the very least, to the better method or the most appropriate method of achieving those objectives must be to include that logically connected unit.
So does it follow from that that you're saying potentially the Fonterra land alone is not the most efficient or effective, so another option is then not to confirm it?
Yes.
Yeah. So on the scope and merits issue, in terms of the other work that would be required, we have more evidence from your client than the Meadowview submitters. But Fonterra will say, well, or did say, there was a whole lot of other work we did, archaeology, contamination, geotechnical, and so forth. What do you say about all that other work? Do you say that would be required for the additional land?
I say it's important to get the planners together to confirm exactly what is required. I think it is important to emphasise that my client has, I think, taken a very reasonable approach of engaging experts and undertaking enough assessment to demonstrate that from a Section 32 perspective there's a better option, but to have asked it to have undertaken all of those assessments before the issue of scope had even been determined and make that work potentially redundant, I don't think is fair. But I would expect that, yes, you would need to look at the specific land to understand whether there were any archaeological sites, for example, sites of cultural significance. But I say that that could be an incremental piece of work that would supplement the work that Fonterra has undertaken on very adjacent and proximate land. So I'm not saying that those assessments wouldn't be needed, but I'm saying it's not a situation where we're starting from scratch with a brand new plan change and a brand new set of work. And I think conferencing of X would be able to really focus on exactly what the key bits of information required are, and how long, who would do it and how long that would take.
Is your client volunteering an open-ended commitment that it will engage whatever experts such future conferencing agrees is necessary?
Yes.
Or it is?
Yes.
The applicant's position is going to be that all of the expert analysis it did is necessary. It's clearly that's what it's going to do, because that's what its planner told us yesterday.
Well, I would suggest that...
So the planners won't agree. So where do we go? Where does this process lead us? Unless there's an agreement that all that work is going to be done by your client, it's not going to end in a happy agreement that the applicant spent a lot of time and money it didn't need to do, which is the only way one could get past assessments that has been done for one piece of land but shouldn't apply to the next. So help me see the definitive benefit of the process you're outlining.
I would recommend that it was facilitated. We've got independent experts subject to a code that need to get around a table without their clients present, without their clients' motivations influencing the process, and to have a facilitator ask the experts, looking at the work that has already been done, please provide your objective independent view about what further work is needed for the panel to be able to make a decision. And I cannot put it more strongly than that, but that is the role of independent experts.
You're not suggesting we don't already have such suitably independent experts before us, are you?
No, I'm not, but I, in my experience, having an independent facilitator can be helpful, particularly with very clear directions from the panel. What I'm really saying is I understand the applicant's frustration about having to pause a process, and it's a very simple answer to say there's a whole lot more work and it's going to delay it. But in my submission, I think that's too simplistic, and I would encourage the conferencing to at least, I'm not saying conferencing initially to try and agree on outcomes, but to agree on what further work would be needed to assist the panel, which is the obligations of the experts.
And so the last question I had, I apprehend it's not necessarily the strongest relief that Porters is seeking, which is uplifting the entire zone as opposed to just the zone over its land. But it's a similar question if you take the land to the south of the Fonterra site. And then there's also the Te Awa land to the north, and no doubt they would have something to say about uplifting the zoning. But who does your client anticipate would do the additional work required for that other land?
The other land owned by parties that are not porters?
Yes, that's within the TRNIZ.
Yeah, I would need to take instructions on that. I haven't put that question to them.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we have any further questions, so if you'd like to call your first witness.
Thank you. So Hayden Porter is going to just provide a brief explanation about the Porter's business. He is also a landowner and part of the Meadowview Lane, so rather than speaking twice, he will address that point as well, but he will make it clear whether he's talking about Porter's business or the Meadowview Lane land. And then after Hayden, we'll have Leo Hills, then Dean Morris, followed by Briar Belgrave.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Chair. As Mary has said, good morning, my name is Hayden Porter. I represent the Porter Group and Empire Corporation Limited, and I'm also a landowner and a member of the Meadowview Submitters. Established in 1945, Porters currently operate across New Zealand, Australia and the USA, and also Papua New Guinea, supplying heavy machinery for construction, roading, mining and the forestry sectors. The Porter family has also been a significant developer of industrial land in Hamilton, and particularly in the Te Rapa North area, including Te Rapa Gateway on Arthur Porter Drive, our former headquarters opposite the base, and more recently along Onion Road and Ruffle Road that we're talking about now, adjacent to the Fonterra site, as well as residential developments in Brimer and Chinaman's Hill. Fonterra's homepage on their website promotes the message, you, me, us together, and emphasises stakeholder interests, transparency and meaningful engagement. Unfortunately, our experience has not reflected those principles. Despite Fonterra stating it has undertaken comprehensive engagement with Porter Group or the Meadowview Submitters, we don't believe this is entirely accurate. Over the past 18 months, engagements with Porters has been limited to 3 short meetings, and the residents had an open day. In our view, this level of consultation has been inadequate, and Fonterra did not provide numerous key technical information requested early on and then followed up on in a timely manner. As a result, as Ms. Rourke by Fonterra corrected her legal counsel yesterday, time ran out for the process, not that Porters declined to join. Therefore, Porters not being included left us no option other than to submit. Had Porters received the requested information in good faith, that would have enabled the Porter Group to properly consider participating in the plan change and likely would have joined, and we're still keen to do so. Furthermore, minute 3 of the hearing panel recently directed Fonterra to confirm with the submitters regarding expert conferencing. Porter Group Porter Group and Empire welcomed the opportunity to participate. However, Fonterra's last minute attempt and engagement on this matter and a response on the final day meant this could not be progressed, of which Briar may touch on later. There is a well-established shortage of industrial land in Hamilton. Fonterra has previously indicated to us that they're not really a developer, yet this plan change proposes live zoning industrial land, 3/4 mostly under their ownership. It is difficult to see how this approach assists with delivering the industrial land supply the district urgently needs, particularly when the Porter Group has demonstrated a track record of developing and delivering such land to the market, which I'm sure you would have seen on your drive around. A major risk the council may want to avoid is a similar issue in Peacocks, where a majority landholder withholding land in terms of delivery, which is outside of the council's control. Fonterra has not committed to make this industrial land available to the free market, and potentially they're only land banking to help their balance sheet. Adding Empire's land and the Meadowview land, or opening up the whole deferred area, would allow more options for the market and mitigate any delivery risk for the council. The Porter Group is concerned that this plan change ties up critical infrastructure, particularly Three Waters, in a way that may constrain the remaining landowners within the deferred industrial zone. This has occurred without clear evidence-based justification or consideration of the wider effects of the owners within the zone. This should be considered by council before determining approval of PC 17 in its current form. We believe council should also be giving consideration with respect to three key pieces of infrastructure, including the Cora Road extension, the east-west road, where it dissects into Te Rapa through to the Northern Bridge crossing, as well as the Onion Road Cora Drive overpass prior to approving PC 17. The Porter Group acquired the land in the deferred area with the intention of developing it to support industrial activities, contributing to job creation and industrial activity for Hamilton and the Waikato region. Just as the Meadowview residents have known and been sitting in limbo for years waiting for the deferred zone to become live. A lot of Fonterra's evidence yesterday was supported by the fact that it could just tap into Old Ruffle Road and the Te Rapa Road network, as their property is adjacent. That same logic must support the council bringing the entire deferred zone in, as both Empire's land and Meadowview owners are also adjacent to services. The first development stages of the zone could be all the landowners hooking up through Meadowview, Ruffle Road, Puketi Road and Te Rapa Road. From my personal perspective, the current plan change represents a piecemeal approach to live zoning industrial land. It disadvantages the other deferred Te Rapa North landowners, and Meadowview will become a forgotten land. We submit that the Meadowview should be able to join the plan change, that Hamilton Council or the council should consider live zoning all the deferred zone, including Porters and Meadowview, and not allowing only a majority landowner of the deferred industrial zone with no plan for the balance of the owners. Surely there should be some protections for disadvantaging minority owners. In our opinion, Fonterra's legal counsel is unreasonable, so this is for the Meadowview residents. Fonterra's legal counsel is unreasonable to have expected a full suite of 10 plus supporting reports and a legal submission for something that we all agree in principle and only want to be included in the plan change, as Fonterra was never invited the Meadowviews to join. Those submitters would be best to invest their money in a process to progress a legitimate plan change, not oppose it. Also, I agree with one of Fonterra's witnesses yesterday that there will need to be heavy vehicle restrictions on Meadowview Lane, as he described as a country road with no centre line, in the disappointing event that they are not included in Plan Change 17. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Porter. Commissioner Munro?
I don't have any questions.
I only have one small question of fact, really. On the western side of Te Rapa Road to the south, there's the large triangular block owned by Porters, and there's another little triangle.
Closer to the rail line?
Yes, who owns that?
I can't tell you that answer. I know who used to own it. I don't know who currently owns it.
That's okay. It's not Porters, though?
No.
No. Thank you. I haven't got any further questions.
Okay.
Hand over to Mr Hills.
Welcome, Mr Hills.
Morning.
Now, Commissioner Munro has read your summary, and I've skimmed it, so you can just bear that in mind as you go through it.
So, and just so you know that the summary at the start is essentially the same as what was in my evidence in chief, so that may help. So I might then, given that, I might start at 1.4. In terms of what my evidence in chief addresses the following: an overview of the existing environment, the approach taken to structure planning and implications in delivery and coordinated transport network, key network constraints, the traffic effects relating to the inclusion of land owned by Empire Corp and Porters Group within PC 17, and recommended changes to the provisions of PC 17 to enable the inclusion of the Empire and Porters Group land. Now, I've also responded, as you'll see, to rebuttal evidence on behalf of Fonterra and to transport-related matters in the Council's addendum 42A. I think in 1.6, I think you've already heard the size of the land and you know where it is, I guess. One of the key things is part of this land is subject to designation A113, which, if you've seen it, provides a realignment of Onion Road to connect to Arthur Porter Drive, and that there's a roundabout you've probably traversed through. I consider this realignment as beneficial to both network safety and efficiency, particularly in relation to the Ruffle Road level crossing, which is currently, you'd have seen, is closed, and I think you've had quite a bit of discussion on that yesterday as well. Essentially, that designation moves Onion Road so it's away from that level crossing, which obviously improves safety considerably in terms of enabling it to be reopened. Based on, in 1.7, based on my assessment, I estimate that development of Porter's land would generate around 530 vehicles an hour, which I believe and consider that can be accommodated on the surrounding road network with the proposed upgrades. The Kura Drive interchange, you've already discussed that this morning as well. In terms of where it's located, as I expect it to be the main point of access to the Porter's land. Essentially, it's on the west side of the rail crossing, so therefore it links back to that interchange in a way that a lot of the other land doesn't. So it allows that, and if you've been through that interchange at the moment, I'll describe it as reasonably quiet for an interchange. Now, I agree with the transport assessment and proposed provisions presented by Mr. Cameron in relation to the applicant. However, I did recommend some additional triggers, and that was the realignment of the Onion Road, and this is relating to the Porter's land, obviously, upgrade of Onion Road to Collector Road, and provisions to ensure the east-west corridor is future-proof through the Porter's land. And that east-west corridor is the one that Kura Drive and carries on through that triangle piece that you've seen on the and overall, in my view, the inclusion of Porter's land within PC17 would enable a more coordinated staging and development within the structure plan and ensure transport infrastructure upgrades are delivered in an integrated and efficient way, and enable the permanent closure or potential reopening of Ruffles Road level crossing to be considered in a cohesive and integrated way at the time of future development. Now, I've already mentioned, I'll respond to the others, the two other comments. So if I turn to 2.2, or 2.3, I guess. So this is in relation to Mr. Inder's rebuttal. Mr. Inder generally agrees with my assessment that the realignment of Onion Road is required to service Porter's land, and he agrees that the realignment of Onion Road facilitates reopening of the Ruffle Road's railway level crossing. I note Mr. Inder's comment that this realignment and hence reopening the level crossing is not required to support PC17 and is unlikely to be needed until 42 hectares are occupied. Now, I acknowledge Mr. Inder's previous modelling shows that PC17 development can occur without the opening of the Ruffle Road's rail crossing and thus the Onion Road alignment, and that's in relation to the less than the 42 hectares. And I note, however, there now appears to, and I know this was discussed yesterday as well, significant disagreement between Mr. Inder and evidence of Mr. Appledorn on behalf of TAL Lakes. In particular, this disagreement appears to relate to the level of traffic generated by Te Awa Lakes development as a baseline in the modelling, and whether it should be based on the consented traffic limits, and that's 500 vehicles an hour, or a much higher level of traffic for the full TAL structure plan. Now, with this uncertainty, I consider the reopening of the Ruffle Road's level crossing or the nearby alternative of the east-west Kora Drive corridor, so a crossing across the rail line in that general location, is now significantly more important than the PC17 modelling indicates, and that's for both bits of land really in terms of Te Ao Lakes and PC17. In this regard, I note and completely agree with Mr Appledorn's evidence, that's in his evidence in paragraph 94 to 98. In these paragraphs, Mr Appledorn points out the key benefits of reopening Ruffle Road's rail level crossing, or the alternative, which essentially enables PC17 to link to that interchange I just mentioned, Kora Road, and therefore reducing traffic demands on Te Rapa Road. Essentially, it spreads the load in the area. Now, the importance of this crossing is shown as figure 1 below, and essentially what I've done in figure 1, it's got really the 3 local connections in the area, the one to the north, the Gateway Drive, the one to the south, to Kowhai Road, and where the Ruffle Road crossing is. And you can see without the Ruffle Road crossing, there's effectively, if you travel around that area, there's about a 5 kilometre difference in spacing. Now, Mr Inder discusses future proofing of the east-west corridor. It's Kora Drive through Porter's Land in response to the evidence in chief. In this regard, I agree with Mr Inder that the east-west arterial through the Porter's Land would need to accommodate an embankment. Effectively, the road's going to go over top of the rail in the future rail overbridge, road over rail overbridge. While I note detailed design of this embankment has not been undertaken, in my opinion, the existing Kora Drive, and that's west of the rail line, it has a total of around 100 metres of road reserve in that location. And this plan change level, I believe that's appropriate level going across the other side of the rail to carry it on as a maximum width requirement. Now, a narrower width can be developed in future when the council designation and detailed design occurs. So essentially, in my opinion, that 100 is essentially a maximum. Now, I disagree with Mr Inder's comments on 315C relating to the redundant Porter's Land to the north of the future east-west embankment not requiring access to PC17. Now, that's if, when the road goes through the triangle, I suppose the east-west, there's a bit of another triangle left over to the north of that. Rather, I agree with the PC17 addendum transport review that at least some connection should be shown PC structure plan, essentially avoiding this land becoming landlocked, because you're going to have an embankment on one side and no access on all the others. Now, in terms of the addendum transport review, in 2.7, in terms of Porter's Land in general, Ms McKinn notes that while the land is appropriate for industrial, PC17 is prepared and assessed without consideration of Porter's Land's traffic generation. And that's really in relation to the wider, I suppose, the Waikato regional modelling. Now, I acknowledge this, and I note in paragraph 5.4 of my evidence in chief, which is a general sense, I suppose, in my view, a comprehensive structure plan for the entire zone or the deferred zone should have been prepared to enable coordinated staging of development and a fair allocation of infrastructure upgrade costs amongst landowners as the plan change progresses. And that would include Te Ao Lakes and the whole area. Now, as I say, in 2.8, I recognise it hasn't been put through that, the regional model, and this simply relates to the time available, access to the model, and previous discussion about uncertainty relating to baseline. I note the comments in paragraph 112, this is back to the transport review, that the addendum, that all trips generated by the Porter's Land east of the rail line would travel to Te Rapa Road, should the Ruffles Road level crossing not be reopened. In this regard, the Porter's Land east of the rail line, which is developable, and obviously once that section is taken out for the Kora Drive extension, would be minimal in relation to the overall Porter's Land holding, and it's around 25% or less. I also note paragraphs 116, 17, addresses Mr Inder's comments regarding the development of remaining land east of the rail line. And in this regard, while full modelling of this area has not been undertaken, the total area is around 10 hectares and the remaining is minimal, around 8 hectares, generating in the order of only 100 vehicles an hour. Now in B, the reopening of the Ruffle Road level crossing on its own, which in my opinion is essentially enabled by the Porter's land with that realigning of Onion in particular, will significantly improve connectivity and distribution in the area and remove the reliance on Te Rapa Road. Now I note Ms Min is comfortable with addressing concerns relating to what appears to be, in my opinion, significant uncertainty of the Te Awa Lakes traffic generation, and that's that baseline. And she is in relation to suggest that there's a requirement for a broad ITA in future stages. In my opinion, this could be extended to include Porter's land. Essentially, from my reading of the addendum, she's saying that there can be broader ITAs come on earlier, I think around at 20 hectares. So if that's the case, well then it can be included for other land as well. Now, I think in 211 there's a little bit of a misunderstanding in paragraph 113 relating to my table in my evidence in chief, and this was relating to the provisions I suggested. My intention was not to remove provisions, but they were additional ones, just to make that clear. Now I note Ms Min's agreement regarding land to the west of the rail line, including my suggested provisions. And I agree that if the panel was supportive of the inclusion of Porter's land, then the extents of the Porter's blocks obviously should be clearly identified in any plans. Now, as I've noted previously in discussing Mr Inder's comments, I agree regarding the need to have at least some connection shown on PC17 structure plan, and that's again to that little bit of land that would be essentially landlocked. And I suppose as a final comment, in terms of further technical assessment, and it really relates, well, both to the Te Awa Lakes and potentially the Porter's land, any additional further assessment would not, in my opinion, be significant or a time-consuming task. There's a model available. It's simply adding in the right assumptions, I guess, in terms of, it's not starting from scratch at all. It's just adding to it. And I also consider conferencing would be useful to agree on what further work is required, assuming the panel directed conferencing to occur. So thank you, and I'm more than happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr Hills. Commissioner Munro.
Just a couple. Who represents the landowners within the zone who aren't submitters at the conferencing you recommend? Or are you volunteering to do that for them?
No, well, I would, from my point of view at this stage, I'm only representing the Porter's land, so that would be...
Is your proposed, would you recognise that your recommendation is only workable if somehow someone is there representing the other people in the zone that you say should have been included but aren't submitters?
If it was the entire land, then yes. If it was just Porter's or Te Awa Lakes, then it would just be the Porter's Te Awa Lakes representative.
So if it was just Porter's, yes, you wouldn't see a role for anyone from Te Awa Lakes involved in that? No,
Te Awa Lakes as well, yes, absolutely.
Right. But no one else?
If they weren't part of it, no. Well, obviously council.
I think the numbers given to us earlier were that the Fonterra proposal is approximately 90 hectares and the Porter land's approximately 30 hectares. That's a 30% increase in the size of the zone. Notionally, pro rata industrial uses at approximately similar site coverage is 30% increase in floor area achievable.
Particularly with the opening of then that's back to that level crossing issue again, with the majority of the Porter's land being on the west side of the crossing, the rail line, and having direct access to that interchange, yes, I think it is.
Talk me through how a zone can increase by 30% but in a traffic-sensitive environment that's already contested in terms of IT outputs, the whole thing doesn't have to be redone. How is it just a minor adjustment, not such a biggie as you've put to us? Or are we talking about redoing the ITA because that's a material change to what's proposed?
No, I think it's just an upgrade to the modelling, because the modelling is there and it's adding in, it's some extra land that's developed as industrial into one side, into one node. So I don't believe it's a full upgrade to an ITA.
Okay. How long, as someone who's in the business of doing this sort of thing, does it take, and what would it cost?
It's costing.
Obviously, it's your most competitive rate.
Yeah.
We're all friends here.
Yeah, it's a few others than just me, obviously. I would have thought it's weeks, not months, put it that way.
Not allowing for contestation of the results and dispute by the parties that then don't agree.
I think that was all, in terms of the modelling, I was thinking weeks, yes,
Thank you.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr Hills. That's all I have.
Commissioner Munro also asked, and what cost?
Yeah, that's a bit of a more difficult one for me, because it's, from my point of view, it's I could say what my costs were, but it's obviously there's the modelling cost, the council, there's 3 or 4 traffic engineers, so it would be tens of thousands in terms of that's, but exactly would depend. I'm not sure what their rates are.
And presumably the model parameters would depend on, there's a number of sort of, a lot of submitters seek lift all of the deferred zoning off, and then there's sort of a range of lesser options depending on whose land you're talking about. So presumably the parameters of what you put into the model depend on.
Correct, and it would be, I guess in terms of the modelling that's done, it would be useful to have some advice, I guess, in relation to that before we did the modelling, yes, in terms of which bits of land should be included or not.
Is there any of your client's land that you consider could be included without further modelling?
I do think the bits to the particularly to the west of the rail line, they just link directly into that interchange that's got a heap of capacity. I don't, to my point of view, that bit is obvious that it can just be accommodated. I think there's a reasonable degree of agreement, I suppose, among experts that can occur. So that bit is always going to link. The quickest way to anywhere in that location on that side is directly to that interchange, which has no issues whatsoever.
So just to be clear which part we're talking about, there's sort of 3, can I get you to look at the map attached to Ms Hill's submissions?
Might be is it in my evidence as well? Oh, yeah.
You're referring to the sort of centremost blue block to the west of the railway line?
Yeah, I'm talking the 2 each side, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, effectively the bits to the west of the rail line, yes.
Sorry, which 2?
Yeah. So the bit that's got the designation in, the bit to the South Cora Drive, and the bit to the north as well.
So the 2 to the west of the rail
Correct.
line? Yep, okay. You got any further questions? Thank you, I haven't got any further questions.
Thank you.
Chris?
Commissioner Munro's got a follow-up question for Mr Hills.
Thanks, Mr Hills. As an experienced engineer, not sitting in either the Fonterra or the Te Awa Lakes camps, I'm assuming you're experienced in larger scale greenfield areas where various developers are proceeding at varying rates, and from time to time, in addition to catering to their own needs, an upgrade of an external public road or intersection needs to happen.
Absolutely.
We're hearing quite a bit of contestation about who should pay for what.
Yes, often.
When one is approaching district plan provisions in such a context, How do you go about identifying when it's most appropriate to specify individual projects or roads or intersections versus a more open-ended, at the time of your application, you see what's happening, and if you're the next cab on the rank, you've got to pay the bill for whatever the case may be?
I suppose I'll answer that by my preference generally is to be more specific.
Okay.
That's a starting point. I think in saying that, and I'm aware of a number of, not just here, but there are a number, it's more around the uncertainty of future, and that's particularly in short to medium term, both development and what's happening in the area. And sometimes, however, it's difficult, say for the 10 years onwards, to predict exactly what's happening, both in terms of the site itself, but possibly more importantly, what's in terms of the network and change they're improving. And this is a classic case with, I guess, the rail crossing. Will it be open? Will it not be open? Will there be motorways in? Will there not be? Which changes that. So generally, I try to be more specific, particularly for the short to medium stuff, admitting that in the longer term it can be more difficult, and whereas those, I suppose, future assessments come into play, such as ITAs.
What I, as a non-traffic engineer, have interpreted from that is specificity is desirable where there is certainty around the parameters of that particular thing. Otherwise, where there's less certainty or issues of timing and future consequence in a more network type sense in particular, maybe a more general approach, although maybe less desirable, is the safer solution. Is that
exactly it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, Mr Morris. Now, again, we have your evidence summary and we have read that, so you probably don't need to read it out line by line. We'll just invite you to give us the highlights and then we'll go to questions.
Morena, Chair and Commissioner. So my name is Dean John Morris. I'm Director of Maven Waikato, and I'm a civil engineer. Just to go through the main points of my evidence, I conclude that the three water servicing framework proposed by Plan Change 17 is fundamentally sound, provides workable platform for development. However, I have identified several areas of additional clarity and integration that would improve certainty to adjacent landowners and support long-term infrastructure. I will jump straight to my conclusion on my evidence and summary. So in conclusion, in my professional engineering opinion, the three water servicing framework is fundamentally sound. On that basis, there is no technical or servicing constraints that would prevent Porter's land from being included and live zoned alongside Plan Change 17. Their inclusion would in fact support integrated catchment-wide approach delivery, which is best practice and avoids duplicated servicing solutions. In terms of response to others, there was for water. I note I accepted Mr. Farrell's clarification around the wet industrial, so that was good. There was only dry industrial, which supports the scenarios in terms of the assessment being done. I am satisfied with the demand assumptions in the applicant's infrastructure assessment based on that dry industrial outcome. My concerns relate not to the demand, but more so the timing and confirmation of bulk water supply upgrades and establishing clear responsibility of the delivery as the development progresses. Wastewater, the rebuttal evidence by Mr. Farrell also confirms the need for downstream upgrades along Puketi Road, which I agree with. However, Mr. Farrell's rebuttal maintains the proposal for multiple pump stations within PC area, which can be designed at a later stage. In terms of response to Mr. King, in terms of stormwater, the rebuttal evidence from Mr. King maintains that plan change stormwater strategy aligned with Council's ICMP. I agree with this general conclusion, but highlight Hamilton City have completed consultation on the ICMP, and it's been submitted for certification to Waikato Regional Council on the 3rd of November. So still in draft form essentially. So, open to change. These, obviously, with yesterday, there was a comment made of that the stormwater within the Plan Change 17 allows for the Southern Triangle Porters land to discharge into there. So I'm also in agreement with that. I think that these matters are important to ensure that staging and attenuation discharge pathways are coordinated across the wider catchment, and that the neighbouring landowners such as porters are not required to install temporary measures or redundant solutions for plan change network and commissioned in stages. I think I'll jump to my final comment. So there was I agree with the Ian Smith statement from the section 42 addendum. In my opinion, there is no technical stormwater reason to object these requests in terms of the porters land. The plan change stormwater infrastructure is designed to accommodate future growth, therefore responses to the submitters' concerns are planning related more than anything. So I agree with that comment. And as a final comment, having reviewed the rebuttal evidence and the section 42A addendum, none of the matters raised change my overall conclusion that Plan Change 17 servicing framework is technically feasible, integration will improve certainty, and porters land can be serviced efficiently and appropriately as part of this Plan Change 17 network, supporting a coordinated and catchment-wide three waters strategy. I consider that conferencing would be useful to resolve these matters. Thank you, and open to questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Munro.
The impression I took from your evidence, and there's always a chance I've misread it, is that you're really talking about the combination of the Plan Change 17 land and your client's land. But one of the things your client has asked for is for the entire zone to be switched on. So do your conclusions as to the suitability of the porter land apply equally to all of the rest of the land in the zone or not?
Yes.
They do?
Yes.
And in terms of the expert conferencing, what further analysis or technical investigations do you think might be required as a result of that if you're already confident the whole thing could be switched on?
Just general timing of the infrastructure and the sizing. So the mainly around the sizing of the materials, so pipe sizing, stormwater pond sizing or attenuation devices.
Is that normally a zoning plan change matter or getting into resource consent level of specific solutions?
I think the allowance of the environments that are going to be going into that plan change area are more talked about within that.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't have any questions for you, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Final witness then is Ms. Belgrave, Planning.
Welcome, Ms. Belgrave.
Morning. So my name is Briar Elaine Belgrave and I'm a partner at Barker & Associates Limited, an independent planning consultancy. My qualifications are set out in my evidence in chief. This summary statement provides a summary of my evidence in chief and also responds to certain matters raised since my evidence was filed. It covers the scope of proposed private plan change 17, a summary of my evidence prepared on behalf of Empire Corporation or Porters Group Limited, the applicant's rebuttal evidence and the section 42A addendum report. I think the issue of scope has been well covered by Ms Hill this morning, so I'll skip past that and jump down to section 3. So my evidence in chief prepared on behalf of Empire or Porters raises two key planning matters that I consider to remain outstanding. The first key issue relates to potential strategic planning issues and associated effects arising from the proposed structure plan approach under PPC 17. Structure planning is a well-established tool for managing greenfield urban growth, providing an integrated framework for land use, open space, transport networks and infrastructure. Best practice structure planning should be comprehensive and evidence-based across the whole development area or a logically defined sub-area so that coordinated outcomes are achieved and cumulative effects of urbanising in its current form urbanising can be comprehensively identified and managed. In my view, Plan Change 17 in its current form does not follow that best practice model. The proposed live zoning is a discrete industrial landholding defined by ownership boundaries within the centre of a wider deferred industrial zone, which can risk ad hoc and fragmented development. Of significance, the structure plan proposed under PPC 17 identifies a future arterial road link and transport infrastructure dependency over land outside the area to be urbanised and under the ownership of Empire or Porters. I understand this connection has been indicated to demonstrate the intent for the east-west road in the structure plan to ultimately form part of the northern ribbon crossing. However, the provisions proposed under PPC 17 do not provide for or require this link to actually be delivered, as the plan change in its current form retains that deferred industrial zoning over this land. I remain of the view that the plan change in its current form has the potential to undermine integrated planning and create uncertainty for other landowners in the deferred industrial zone, including by shifting unresolved interface issues relating to transport and servicing matters onto other neighbouring sites. Notably, in the absence of having considered adjoining land parcels, it's unclear how the plan change can ensure a robust and comprehensive approach that does not adversely affect the surrounding landowners going forward into the future. The second key issue relates to the Section 32 evaluation that has been undertaken. While reasonably practicable options were identified, to my knowledge, no assessment has been provided with respect to the costs and benefits and efficiency and effectiveness of those other options. The detail of the evaluation has generally been confined to the plan change that has been progressed. In my view, excluding these other options from the Section 32 analysis relating to the proposed plan change does not correspond to the scale and significance of the proposed change, and I consider that the entirety of that deferred industrial zone should have been assessed more comprehensively to determine the most efficient and effective option. In evaluating practicable options in accordance with the requirements of Section 32, I consider that the most efficient and effective method is progressing a structure plan for the full deferred industrial zone and subsequently live zoning this land. The Section 32 AA analysis attached to my evidence includes figures which demonstrate that the scale of structure planning is in keeping with the approach under the operative district plan, where existing structure plans have been prepared for entire and cohesive spatial areas. However, in lieu of this, I consider that at a minimum, the Empire / Porter Group land should be included, as it provides a logical extension to the proposed plan change area, as acknowledged by both Fonterra and the Council's reporting officer. I would support expert conferencing and consider agreement could be reached between the independent experts in terms of the further work that is required to enable a new structure plan to be prepared. The applicant's rebuttal evidence dated 20th of November 2025 and the addendum Section 42A hearing report identifies certain further assessments or engagement that would need to be undertaken in order to extend the live zoning to land outside the current plan change area. With respect to the Empire Porters land, the evidence that has been filed demonstrates that there is merit in live zoning this land and that the infrastructure servicing is technically feasible and that the effects can be appropriately managed. That evidence was provided in direct response to the Section 42A report and the evidence of Mr. Grala, which indicated a willingness to give further consideration to this option. While that evidence supports the approach of including the Empire or Porters land in a minimum, my view as an expert planner is that the most appropriate planning outcome is comprehensively structure planning the full deferred industrial area to enable it to be live zoned. With respect to the relief sought by Empire and Porters, I do not anticipate that the further assessments required to give effect to that relief sought would be particularly onerous or time consuming and could build upon the work already undertaken by Council when planning for the original industrial zone and by Fonterra in relation to the plan change. This would include building upon the engagement with tangata whenua already undertaken by Fonterra and an assessment against the Waikato Regional Policy Statement being a relatively simple exercise. This work has not been progressed in the interim on the understanding that additional technical work from Fonterra would be made available following the filing of their primary evidence and on the basis that until the release of the addendum Section 42A report on the 27th of November, the reporting officer was not in a position to make recommendations on proposed Plan Change 17 due to a number of gaps in the information provided by Fonterra. The issue of scope has also been flagged as a point for determination by the hearings panel prior to it being in a position to consider the relief sought by Empire reporters on the merits. Given the level of uncertainty, I consider that undertaking this level of work prior to the hearing would be an unreasonable cost to submitters. However, there is nothing precluding this work from being undertaken if the hearings panel considers that it would be worthwhile in order to make a final determination on the scope of the plan change. I consider that the scope of the additional technical work required could be reasonably agreed through expert conferencing with relevant parties and without creating lengthy delays to the plan change process. In relation to the engagement undertaken with Fonterra prior to lodging Private Plan Change 17, Fonterra and Empire reporters held a couple of meetings to discuss the plan change, during which Fonterra advised that it was already well advanced, and at the point of our first meeting said that they were intending to lodge within 3 to 4 months. From the outset, Porters raised concerns about the structure plan and the proposed plan change boundary, and despite Fonterra being open to Empire reporters potentially including the key request from Porters for key technical information, including the Section 32 evaluation and further details around the options assessment that we were understood had been undertaken, were not met beyond the limited transport material that was highlighted by Fonterra. Fonterra also indicated that despite the ongoing discussions, they would not slow down or delay the process to allow for this work to be done. As a result, Empire / Porters were unable to properly assess their options or make an informed decision about participating in the plan change process. In summary, I remain of the view that from a planning perspective, addressing the entirety of the deferred industrial area is the most appropriate option for achieving an efficient and effective planning framework. However, at a minimum, I consider the inclusion of the Empire Porters land holdings would provide for a logical extension to the existing plan change area and avoid the current interdependencies in relation to transport infrastructure located on Empire Porters land. In my view, an updated structure plan and necessary consequential amendments to the plan change could be prepared efficiently should effective conferencing between experts be able to be undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
I have a couple of questions. I asked some previously that were passed over to you relating to the status quo. Mm-hmm. Is this already an urban zone with a zone title and objectives and policies and methods that include porting in the future urban zone as a holding pattern based on infrastructure? Or is this not an urban zone? Noting your summary on structure planning talked about the process of urbanising, which I don't quite understand if it's already got an urban zone, and the question is an infrastructure-based deferral, not should it be urban or not.
Yeah. I do think, the point of urbanising is probably more about the land uses that would then be enabled, but I do believe that it is already a deferred industrial zone with the intent that it is just going to move to industrial. I don't believe that it is currently indicated as, for example, a future urban zone whereby you might end up having residential uses going there. I believe it is clearly intended for industrial purposes.
Barker & Associates is a reasonably large-scale company. In my travels, I seem to see Barker & Associates people everywhere.
Yes.
Has your company ever supported a private plan change that was limited to the ownership of a particular client? Or do you only ever support plan changes that are very comprehensive at whatever scale the company feels is the minimum that's appropriate?
I can't speak on behalf of all the plan changes that have been done in the company, but I know in general we try to adopt a comprehensive approach to plan changes that we undertake, and a lot of our work around structure planning and things like that, we tend to try work not based on ownership models but based on logical and defensible boundaries, thinking about things like water features, roads, state highways, indicated zoning patterns and things like that. But I certainly can't speak for the entire Barker & Associates firm.
Okay. Are you aware of an area in Hamilton called Rotakari North?
Yes, but I am new to Hamilton, so my knowledge of some of the specific details here will be limited.
Would you accept, as a general principle, that it may be possible, and there may well be examples, where private plan changes have been successfully concluded, limited to the interests of the proponent of the plan change, not a wider area?
Yes, I accept that there's probably instances where that may have occurred.
And there may be some that Barker and Associates have supported. Who knows?
There could well be. I'm
Very
only
good.
one voice of many.
Very good. And you are only here as an expert, clearly in your own capacity. There's no ambiguity about that.
Yes.
Would you agree that the existing deferred zone, which has a carve-out for an existing dairy operation, and an existing, well, a thing called stage 1, there was a separate thing called stage 2,
Yeah.
how does that not create the fragmentation and spot zoning concerns you say Plan Change 17 will create?
I'm not saying that they don't create existing fragmentation, but some of my approach is more about how we get good integrated comprehensive outcomes for that full deferred industrial zone where it's already earmarked for that, and that's not about what it's currently showing, but that's future-proofing it and making sure that we have good outcomes for that wider zone, and that's particularly coming, we know that there are industrial land supply shortages and things, so how do we ensure that this area is future-proofed to best deliver what the city actually needs?
Right. Aren't you really now just relitigating the council's Clause 25 decision to not adopt this plan change as its own public plan change and then grow it to whatever bigger, best for the city outcome you're recommending? Don't at some point you accept that there is a legal mechanism for someone to propose a private plan change, and if something completely different by someone else different could have been argued as better, is that really what Section 32 is about?
I think Section 32 is about just delivering the most efficient and effective outcome for an area.
Even if it's not what the proposal before a decision maker actually seeks or relates to?
I think so, especially when there's a Section 32 evaluation that sets other reasonably practicable options, of which the option that we're seeking is one identified by the applicant themselves, and through the discussions I've had with Fonterra, they have indicated an openness to the plan change being wider.
You don't need to repeat all that, who said what. It's not helpful to us right now. The conferencing you support.
Yep.
How do a group of planners decide whether an ecological assessment is required or if there's potentially a wetland associated with a stream? How do planners figure out what expert evidence they might need if they're not sufficiently expert to even know what might be needed? Talk me through how you see it working.
I think initially it would be discussions with Hamilton City Council, the applicant, and other experts, and I think we would be looking at what information base is already there and known, and that would include information held by the council on things like wetlands and things like that, and then we would be drawing in other experts if there was that collective agreement that based on what's occurring on the land, that we do need to look at certain features further, for example, ecology, depending on what is on the site.
And who speaks for the interests of those in the zone that aren't submitters? Or if one of them says, actually, no, I don't think the rezoning should proceed, does that mean nothing should happen?
No, I think as Ms Hill indicated, there would need to be, we're appreciating that there would need to be further engagement with other landowners within that deferred industrial zone as part of this process.
And accepting, as you did earlier, that this is a private plan change, how does a group of other people start compelling a private applicant what its application is? How do we bridge that? This is not a public process. How does a private applicant get compelled to do a lot of things that it has indicated it doesn't want to do? And the reason I'm asking you this is that if we were to entertain a process of conferencing, what a complete waste of time if it all ends in a procedural train crash that could have been foreseen if questions like this were asked, as challenging as they may be, because you may not have thought through what those answers are yet.
I haven't necessarily thought through that at this point, and I think that's a wider process issue as we go. Yeah.
Would you accept that when it gets to its right of reply, if the applicant, despite whatever willingness its people may have indicated to you, if it comes back and says, having heard everything, nah, the drawbridge is up, it's not going down, this is the proposal, get on with it, would you accept that we'd be obliged in that case to just box on with the proposal before us and not go down other things like you're recommending if the applicant just says, no, it's our proposal, we won't go there?
I think, as Ms Hill indicated, you're in a position where you can direct the outcome that you think is most appropriate based on the information in front of you. obviously we would be accepting of what decision you might make, and that, if there was a decision to, well, this is it, we're going with what the applicants put forward, that leaves other options open, such as appeal and things like that.
I have to say, I thought your answer would be that if we can't get the process you think is appropriate to work, our recourse would be to recommend refusal of the plan change. But you didn't go there. Why is that?
Well, I'm hopeful that through this process we can actually get a good outcome for the wider deferred industrial zone here.
Well, we'll never knock optimism. So thank you. There's nothing else.
Mine's just a brief follow-up question to that, really, which is, and I appreciate you've given us your expert planning view that the ideal would be to lift the entire zone. And clearly, your client would fund whatever additional work needed to be done for that land. But who do you say would be funding any additional work that would be needed?
I think that would depend what the scope was of what area. If we're talking, I think the answer would be different if we were talking just the Porter's land, or if we were talking about the full deferred industrial zone.
If we accepted your argument or your view that it should be the full zone, because then presumably the choices range from where I think Fonterra might do it because they applied for the plan change, to the individual landowners all chip in, to, well, now it's really sort of a public benefit, so it's the council. So where does that end?
I think that that's something that could be negotiated through a process outside of the hearing here, but I would say that that's a cost-sharing exercise between those, between the relevant parties.
Okay, thank you. We will take a break now. Now, when we come back, I think we've got you for the Meadowview submitters.
Yes.
Yeah. So Commissioner Munro has read your summary. I will read it over the break, and then we'll just have highlights from you when we come back and any questions, and then we'll go to Ms. Barry Pacino in her case. We'll be back in 15. Thank you. Welcome, Ms Belgrave, again for the Meadowview submitters. So we have read your evidence. So there's no need, the summary as well, so there's no need to read that out. Is there anything you'd like to highlight before we go to questions?
I think lots of the points in here are the same as what I've obviously put forward to porters, and just re-highlighting in this instance, the reason for the Meadowview Lane submitters that we didn't provide any technical assessment was based on sort of the direction we were given in the Section 42A report, which sort of specifically directed porters to provide that information, so we didn't. And I think for the same reasons around the scope issue, understanding further information was coming from for Fonterra, that's why nothing more was actually done here in the lead up to the hearing. But once again, there's nothing precluding that work being done, and the Meadowview Lane submitters are open and willing for that to be done. I think the only thing I would highlight is around jumping to paragraph 4.6, which is that point around the applicant's rebuttal evidence, identifying that rezoning land at Meadowview Lane in the absence of a confirmed route for the Northern River crossing would likely result in an inefficient land use and may frustrate the future delivery of a Northern River crossing. But in my view, that's not the approach that's consistent with what has been adopted in the Section 42A amendments, noting that the plan change is showing part of that connection through Cora Drive, and I don't consider that it is necessary or efficient to defer live zoning on the basis that the detailed design for the Northern River crossing has not yet occurred. And given that that river crossing has not yet been designated and there actually is no confirmed alignment for it sort of beyond that Cora Drive, I would argue that the same argument given by Fonterra of potentially frustrating a future designation process could actually be applied to the Fonterra land that is currently proposing to be rezoned as well. So I don't consider that to be a reason to hold that land back. And that's sort of, yeah, probably the only particular point to highlight.
Thank you. Questions?
Just one question. Would your clients commit or confirm that they would pay the costs of whatever expert analyses any process of thinking about a bigger whole of zone area might identify as needed?
Yep, yes.
I would have asked the same question, so I don't have any additional questions.
Great,
Thank you for your evidence. Now, Ms Barry Pacino, Te Awa Lakes. So our thinking is we'll just start and go through until you've finished your case so that we don't break. It could be less than lunch, but it could be run past 12, which was when we were due to break, or 12:30. So you've got a clear run at it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to Commissioner Monro. There is just one procedural hiccup that I want to raise. First is relating to the corporate evidence presented by Mr Coventry. Unfortunately, Mr Coventry's been called to some urgent meetings with central government in Wellington, in fact related to infrastructure for this area, and working with council on that. So he's not available to present that evidence. I wasn't sure if there are any questions. I presume you've taken it as read. I do have the project manager behind me who can answer any questions if you did have some questions on corporate, with your leave to sort of not replicate Mr Coventry, but to answer if there were any specifics. Otherwise, yeah, I'm in your hands on that one. Thanks.
So the only questions we had are sort of factual questions relating to what's been consented, what's happening with the fast track application, that sort of thing. So I think what we'll do is we'll see if they can be answered by either, well, you or Mr Collier or the project manager,
Okay.
Which I'm picking they probably will be able to.
Yes.
And then we'll
Should be able to.
check at the end if there's anything unanswered.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So taking a similar approach to Ms Hill in terms of legal submissions, I take it that the submissions have been read and a lot of the matters have traversed and moved on with witnesses. So if I could just jump to what I think are some of the issues that I've seen arise through questioning and also what was raised through my learned friend for Fonterra, Mr Mahennick, and matters that has been discussed. So that, I think, is a key issue in relation to what was discussed by Commissioner Munro around this future urban zone. And I just want to perhaps point out a point of clarification, but also to touch on what my understanding of the law is. And I think this is where perhaps Mr Mahennick and myself disagree on the law around the importance of Hawthorn in the context of a plan change and a resource consent. And if I have this incorrectly, because I was listening online, I would ask for Mr Mahennick's forgiveness on this. But my understanding is that he was saying that the two were interchangeable. In my submission, the High Court case of the Central Lakes decision in the Shotover River. I have a copy of it here, which I'm happy to email through and send online. But that case clearly differentiates the importance of the receiving environment in the context of a plan change versus a resource consent. And specifically, the finding on that is that the court is not obliged to confine environment to the existing environment as defined in paragraph 84 of Hawthorn. And in fact, really it distinguished it and cited with authority the lower court in terms of saying Hawthorn having no application to its situation on the plan change. Now that needs to be defined on the facts, but really the thrust of when I reread that decision last night is that really it's the real world situation that you in this case are also faced with, but that the appropriate considerations under section 32 are by the very nature looking at future environment with a much more wide future looking aspect than a consent would be on an application under section 104 and what's going surrounding it in that context under receiving environment. So I just wanted to clarify that, and my submissions and the evidence of Mr Collier and Mr Billsborough are really about looking at perhaps what is going on in the surrounding area, acknowledging what Commissioner Munro has said is fuzzy, and the submissions that I see in looking it over are with respect to Hamilton City Council that from a planning, district plan context, this is a bit of a dog's breakfast in terms of the zone and what the chapter says, because it interchanges the words overlay with zone readily. If the council had chosen to take the approach with Te Rapa North Industrial Zone to have perhaps put in development prerequisites and made it a live zoning, it would have had the same outcome in my submission. But it's put this deferred overlay that's then deferred to the chapter of future urban zone with nothing in content around that zone. And it's basically put a moratorium to say keep it in rural, which is consistent with what a future urban zone has done in the past. Usually, a future urban zone, and the reason why that land may have been kept with future urban is to do with perhaps a supply issue and staging that for supply. What's very clear with Te Rapa North Industrial Zone, and Mr Laughlin's legal submissions refer to that where he explains the history of it, is it was very much only relating to infrastructure constraints. And I think that that context is very important for this panel to consider when considering the submissions both from TAL and from Ms Hill for the other submitters, because again in my submission, Fonterra is seeking to have it the best of both ways, that it's saying the deferred industrial zone is there, really there only as a management tool. It should effectively be a live zoning. This whole area needs to be treat it as if it's a fait accompli to industrial, but we only want to narrowly confine consideration of infrastructure to our piece of the land holdings within that area. So again, in my submission, and I know it's a difficult process for this panel to be faced with, but if it is going to accept that the deferred industrial zone / overlay, however you treat it, is there for the purpose of holding this land back to address infrastructure, is it the most appropriate approach under Section 32 to narrowly confine the consideration of infrastructure solely to the Fonterra land holdings? And in my submission, relying on the planning evidence, it's not. And I believe that the expert witnesses, both for TAL and Porter's Empire, is consistent, and similarly to the Council's witnesses and Section 42A addendum report, also highlight the shortcomings of taking that approach and where that's going to fall apart in my submission when it rolls out. So that's probably the key issue that I want to discuss in relation to that matter. I have touched in my submissions also to the legal aspect of the no complaints covenant. And really it's there just to say, acknowledging it's there, acknowledging that it doesn't cover all of, it doesn't, for example, cover some of the Horatu Farms Limited land holdings out on the corner of Hutchinson Road and Te Rapa. But really the point being that it's there, it's acknowledged, it means that the parties as part of that process are committed to working in good faith together to try and have an integrated land approach, and that continues to be the case. And the relationship with Fonterra is a strong one. It's committed TAL to that carrying on. TAL supports this plan change, but it is important to it to get across to the panel that it seeks considerations of its land holdings, both in terms of what's zoned and also what's sensible in terms of efficient integration between its future applications and what's there for this deferred industrial piece that it has. Just touching on that, and I think that the TAL evidence from the corporate evidence does show that the fast track, it has been approved, it does have its master plan. One thing that came up around that, and Mr. Collier and I have discussed that further with TAL, is that when you really look at that master plan, and you may have some factual questions to TAL around that, but I'm not sure if it's a bit fuzzy, that plan, when it came through online. But what is highlighted there is a plan for the regional rapid transit hub to be located on that land. There is a proposed business park type hotel, very much, again, not, in my submission, both those uses and the use of some food and beverage and very much an open space area, is that none of those are inconsistent with a modern industrial park type environment. So if we consider that not only is the operative district plan slightly uncertain as to what deferred industrial zones, but if we look at the reform and where that's headed in national planning zones being simplified, that major facility zones may not exist as a zone. If this is treated even under its deferred industrial zone, the land uses, which I think are important that are planned, are very much intended to be there as a buffer, transitional mitigation from the dairy manufacturing site and moving through to a more modern industrial park to the residential. There's not an intention to put a sensitive activity in the normal sense of the word to cause reverse sensitivity. To the contrary, TAL is very mindful of this being used as a transition. So that's really important in terms of what the corporate evidence is. It's not seeking to put in place something to reverse or impact any type of impact on that type of industrial zone and its purpose. So in terms of the other evidence which is relating to the potential of that land when it touches on the urban design matters, again, Mr Billsborough's evidence will cover that, but and so will Mr Collier. But again, the intention of what TAL seeks is not to impact on industrial capacity. I think the focus on a setback that Mr Collier has highlighted in his provisions that he's put forward, and I accept Mr Mahenick's point of view that there's a movement from what was evidence in chief to what's been put in as supplementary, and that's been purposeful, taking into account the addendum report and the council's position and the rebuttal. TAL has re-looked at that and said, you know, what could it compromise on, taking into account not wanting to constrain it unnecessarily, but trying to create the appropriate precautionary approach. And really it's looking at that boundary between the two. There is already in the proposed provisions a 5 metre landscape, and that includes a 10 metre, I think, minimum within 5 years is what's referred to in terms of landscaping. So then there's a practicality of how does that play out in terms of maintenance of that landscape area? How does the building at 20 metres get maintained if you don't create some form of additional setback to that building for maintenance purposes? And so Mr Collier has proposed an additional setback that in his submission is a practical likelihood of what would occur, just to be a surround around a building once it was put into place that wouldn't constrain development capacity, but he can speak to that. In terms of Mr Appledown's evidence, that's very technical, and I have attempted to summarise in my legal submissions his points, and we have attempted to also include that in the track changes provisions in red for the panel to make that easier to look at. My suggestion is that rather than drilling into that detail through my legal submissions, those questions are left to Mr Appledown. And that really is probably the key points that my legal submissions cover. The only other point I wanted to raise was really at paragraph 49. I've covered the NPSUD in terms of the objectives and policies and the directive from that at a higher level document around looking at this integration of infrastructure planning and funding decisions. And I did want to touch on that in the context of funding decisions, because questions have come up through both of you around this issue of funding decisions. And in my submission, it's really difficult now with plan changes, and I've just dealt with the Tauriko one where the same issue came up, where the councils are now not delving into development contributions, not got FinCo. So district plans are really limited to look at funding decisions, yet you're being asked to task with future thinking infrastructure. And where there are multiple landowners, in my submission, it's really important that to the extent a district plan can put some strong directives around the infrastructure required in an integrated way, the better chances you have that the council can negotiate funding agreements that are going to have to happen outside this panel's jurisdiction. But they do lend it.
Can I ask you something on that?
Yes.
And I apologise for interrupting you.
That's right.
But just on that topic, there's a subtlety there, assuming we were to be persuaded by what you're saying, that while it may be justifiable to list specific infrastructure outcomes that are required, that's very different to specifying in the plan which party has to provide those. That is to say, instead of saying the developer must do X, Y, Z, it would simply be a case of development can only proceed once X, Y, Z are in place, bracket, and it's not a resource management problem in which way or through which parties that comes to be delivered. Is that a fair practical application of the principle you're putting to us?
Yes, it is, because I heard the submissions of Mr Mahenik, and it's certainly not TAL's submission or attempt by stealth to push fair or equitable costs to one party or the other, and I don't think any court would uphold that, and nor would we seek it. That's not what we're asking. But I think that left in a vacuum, there is a risk that it's first in, best dressed in terms of getting, or worse dressed, or whatever the case may be, in terms of how the council chooses to force the infrastructure on one party without a recovery mechanism. In my submission, if the pure need for the infrastructure is set out in the district plan, that's probably the best that a district plan is going to do to incentivise the landowners that sit behind that to enter into some very rapid discussions with council as to what that's going to look at in terms of funding agreements. Does that answer?
Oh, I was satisfied with your answer about 30 seconds ago, but just carry on.
No, that was it.
That's the end?
Yes.
Yep. I'll just before I pass to Commissioner Munro for any other questions he has, you said the fast track had been approved. My understanding is it's been listed?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. And is it your client's intention to make that application?
Yes, it is. It's progressing that at the moment through council and starting in those consultation. There are some elements around infrastructure that it's working on at the same time.
And what sort of time, appreciating timeframes can change, what's the current thinking around when a substantive application would be lodged?
I would defer that question, if I could, to Mr Tyson, who's behind me, or Mr Collier, when he presents.
Okay, we'll come back to that. And other preliminary question is, what you would have heard all the discussion about submitters seeking that the deferred industrial zone be uplifted in totality. What's your client's position on that?
As you will know in my submissions, we haven't pushed that strongly through evidence or legal submissions. However, we did support that, and I think it may have even been in our original submission that made more of an integrated logical sense. But I think that if the committee was mindful of lifting the zoning as a whole, then we would support that.
Thank you. Commissioner Munro.
Even if on that basis your client's land was an industrial zone, not a something else zone?
Yes, and the reason I say that is looking at the city as a whole, the need for this to be dealt with in an integrated way is a better outcome. And like I said, in terms of uses, they're modern industrial uses effectively.
I'll signal to your other witnesses that I'll need quite a bit more persuasion on why buffering and setbacks between industrial and industrial would then be needed, but that's for them to look forward to. But let's assume for the time being that we agreed with the principle of some buffering or interface or transitioning, along the lines of what your witnesses have identified. When I read the existing Te Awa Lakes structure plan objectives and policies, they very clearly signal that the management of effects with industrial activities should fall on the Te Awa Lakes land, not on industrial land next to it.
Yes.
So why, if we were to agree with some buffering or interface, why should the burden all fall on the Fonterra land in this plan change and not either A, all on your client's land so it can protect itself however much it wants, or some half and half or approximated split?
If I look at what TAL has done to address a mitigation of reverse sensitivity to avoid those effects, say for example, if you look at the width of land and what it's putting in open space and in transitional uses, that's extensive. What Mr. Collier and Mr. Billsborough has suggested around a additional 5 metre setback, and again, I come back to, I don't think it affects in any way a development capacity. It's just a logical type of approach that's supported in my submission by the very chapters itself, which Mr. Collier touches on, that it clearly states that there's a difference between the operative industrial zoning and the new DIZ new zoning, and that it's intended to be a more modern industrial type precinct.
But there's nothing granted or consented to support any of that proposition, either by way of zoning or resource consents. We just have to presume that what your client seeks will be granted consent, either as your client wants it or something close to it. Isn't that a bit speculative?
Well, in that regard, the covenant probably is relevant, because if you look at the back of that covenant and the area Y and Z, there's a lot of precluded or prohibited activities and the obligation around what's in there that on its face it immediately comes into any planning framework of what TAL is proposing for its land. And if you fell back and said, all right, none of that's proposed and it's all uncertain, then you're still faced with what is effectively rural land in its current DIZ zone. That's all it can be used for currently.
It's not a prohibited activity though, is it? It's a non-complying activity to do something contrary to the combination of whatever existing zone and future urban zone rules are in place. Have I got that wrong? Is it prohibited to not do rural uses?
No, I'm saying it's permitted to do rural uses, but that's its only use.
Yes. Without resource consent.
That's right. Everything else is non-complying.
Why is it okay for us to entertain the outcomes of what a resource consent for your client might result, but not entertain what resource consents might result on other people's land, such as non-rural use in accordance with existing zones? Doesn't your argument mean we need to treat your client's land as nothing but rural too? I don't see how different rules or presumptions can apply here.
Well, that's exactly my point, Commissioner, is that if you did treat it as rural, then you've got two different zones between industrial and rural, to which arguably then it's reasonable to put some form of setback to the difference between the two zones. So either you treat it as exactly what's permitted, which is solely rural uses with everything else non-complying, under the future urban zone, which are the rules that apply in the existing status quo, or you look at a reasonably foreseeable future and accepting that there's speculation because they haven't applied for fast track, and even if they had, wouldn't be granted. Even in a broad sense, you would say, as you've highlighted, it's an urban zone. This is only a holding pattern, but for infrastructure. It's likely to be industrial, it's likely to be some form of urban. Then you still have within the chapter a difference of approach between the dairy factory existing zone and an intent within the plan to put a more modern industrial type approach under the objectives and policies there. There are no rules, but there are objectives and policies that show that there's intended to be a different approach. And Mr. Collier will cover those objectives and policies.
Sorry, when you say there are no rules, what specifically are you referring to? I understood that the industrial zone does have a series of bulk and location controls. They just don't apply because the zone currently supersedes them with the future urban zone controls. But if we took that away, doesn't the zone already have a series of bulk and location controls?
What we're saying is that in relation to the TAL adjoining boundary, the new proposed zoning has in place a sensitive approach to some part of it, but not to this boundary.
Okay. My last question for you, based on some of what we were told yesterday. We were told that the existing Te Awa Lakes resource consents, although authorising various land use developments on the land also require various infrastructure upgrades, including transport upgrades.
Yes.
And we were told in at least one instance, one of the matters identified for Plan Change 17 was in fact already the subject of a condition on a resource consent for Te Awa Lakes. I think it might have been something to do with McKee Road, off the top of my head from yesterday. Without asking you to go into the specifics of that, would you accept the principle that if we were to consider anything Te Awa Lakes has got consented but not yet built as part of an existing environment, would we not also include any infrastructure upgrades those same resource consents oblige Te Awa Lakes to undertake?
If I could just touch on where this is talking about for transport purposes. Mr Appledawn's evidence is that the TAL at the time of the plan change anticipated as part of its broad ITA, TAL at full capacity. Then there was a land development consent that's been granted that grants stages 1 to 9, which is 1,100 houses with a remaining stage 10 of 400 dwellings not yet consented. Where this has been raised as saying it's not that there's other consents needed, is that there is a more finely grained consents around delivery of each of those stages. So it's got a broad land development sort of master plan consent that it has for 1,100 dwellings. At stage 10 is the last stage for an additional 400 of the 1,500 that has not been applied for yet. So when it comes to the considerations of transport capacity, Mr Appledawn's evidence is TAL already considered as part of its plan change, all of it at full capacity, and then the land development sits behind that, but it's premised on a plan change that already did the full broad ITA. So where it comes to how Fonterra's considering its ITA, ignoring that is actually ignoring what's already been anticipated within that broad ITA.
So to my question, if we accept the resource consents that have been granted as part of the existing environment, do we also accept any infrastructure upgrades they require Te Awa Lakes to provide and fund?
If there's been a specific consent requirement and one of those
and
more
that's
finely...
an if, because we haven't seen those yet, in fairness.
So if there's a finely grained consent that sits underneath that large land development one that requires it, then yes, I would agree that that should be included.
And the caveat there is if.
Oh, well, I presume it has, if that's stated. I just haven't seen it to be able to tell you directly.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
We might follow up on that question with Mr Collier or Mr Appledawn if they're the consultants for Te Awa Lakes generally. Are they?
Mr Collier should be aware of...
I've certainly been doing some of the more recent land development consents.
So I just wanted to get a clear understanding of what had been consented within the structure plan area, which you've just assisted with in respect of the residential. So if I'm clear, not all of the residential is being consented. There's some that's in the structure plan not consented, which is about 400 dwellings.
Yes.
And then I understand the business land has been consented, is that correct? Yes?
Yes, generally it has, yes.
Yep. But not the major facilities?
No, and the reason for that, as you'll see, is that that's moving across.
And so that's my next question. So is the intention to, within the Hamilton district, to move the major facilities to the HES block and replace the currently zoned major facilities with more residential?
Yes.
Yes. So my next question is, do you know then, and if you don't, if one of your witnesses does, it would be helpful, whether any of the consents that have been granted require any of the transport upgrades mentioned in the structure plan for Te Awa Lakes?
I can't answer that, but I will have Mr Collier answer that.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, so if we're going to Mr. Collier first.
Actually, I think it might be helpful if we could call Mr. Appledorn first, and I'll leave Mr. Collier till last. if
Certainly.
that's all right, thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Appledorn. Now, I'm just going to check with Commissioner Munro because we may not need you to read everything out verbatim. Yeah, so we've had a good read of both your evidence and your summary, and we had a look yesterday at your markup because that was commented on by the applicant's traffic engineer. So if you just want to really just give us the highlights and then we'll go to questions.
I guess the evidence is premised on having full regard for the Te Awa Lakes development. From memory, the original Te Awa Lakes consent was, our plan change was for around about 1,000 houses plus or minus 10%. And at the time of the assessment, the Ruffle Road rail crossing was open, was assumed to be open, and that closure has occurred since. So that is now creating an additional layer of demand that is being channeled into the Te Rapa North corridor that hasn't previously been considered. That sits in addition to the 500 threshold that's been talked about for Te Awa Lakes. Just a clarification perhaps on the matter of the, where am I if it could be a reference, section 5.1E, page 7 of my evidence, my summary evidence, where I talk about the collector road that I'm asking for east of access 2. There was discussion I heard yesterday that implied that I was seeking the collector road to also extend outside of that land and north up to Hutchinson Road. That's not correct. So the image that I've got there at figure 1, the red dashed highlight, is the intent of that is to connect, to enable future development of the Hess block to be able to have access to access 2. So what I'm trying to think about there is development of the Fonterra North Zone and the Hess block all working together, because there will be trips from within that Fonterra North Zone that will go north to Hutchinson Road and out to the Hutchinson Road roundabout. Conversely, there'll be trips from that future Hess zone that will travel south via the access 2. That's what I'm trying to think about, that area not just as the Fonterra North block, but its future application, its potential future uses. And I think I'm happy that if you've read through it, that there's probably not much more clarification that I need to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Munro.
Mr. Appledorn, as I see it, the major point remaining in my mind is actually not a traffic engineering one. It's more of a planning legal decision of what baseline we think should be the starting point. And your evidence is helpful in that regard, of course. But the question I do want to put to you is one that in due course will come to the council and the applicant to also consider. We've got evidence, depending on assumptions around starting point baseline, of when the next ITA might be triggered, and the two key numbers bandied about to us is 20 hectares of development on the site, occupiable floor space, or 42. And as I've been reflecting on the reasons supporting each of those, as a non-engineer who may be getting it completely wrong, it does seem to me that the argument in favour of a 20 hectare starting point seems to be mostly premised not so much on a materially different change of traffic circumstances within the PC17 land itself, but in the wider context of other development happening or that may happen in the zone or elsewhere in Hamilton that might channel through those key roads and routes. Whereas the argument in support of the 42 hectare trigger, again as I see it, does seem to be focused more on at what point would development within the PC17 area, based on what's been expected of it in the information to date, get to a scale or other circumstances where things could be sufficiently changed as to justify another go. And so one of the things that's on my mind is if the rationale for each are not directly substitutable, is there a case that they could both somehow apply based on the specific question that could be asked at each time? That is to say, if one gets to 20 hectares, whether it's a full ITA or just some pause of inquiry focused on the wider zone or that northern part of Hamilton context, that may trigger an ITA or may not, depending on who knows what might happen. And then when you get to the 42 hectares, the question would be possibly the same wider question again, but then what Mr. Rinder's been telling us about the circumstances additionally within the PC17 area. So what I'm really getting at is there something more contextually appropriate than either a simple ITA or a broad ITA, a more targeted ITA maybe, or am I not quite seeing the rationale for the different triggers right?
Well, the evidence that I've put to you is that the assessments, the infrastructure requirements should be triggered immediately. The first stage should be triggered immediately because the 20 and 40 hectares are concerned with the PPC 17 area. They're not taking into consideration other demands that are coming from other areas of the network. For example, the 500 trips threshold in Te Awa Lakes, which is beyond which already assessments have been identified as being necessary in the Te Awa Lakes plan change. If I bring the response back to your question about the ITAs, the most common approach in these larger developments that I've had experience with is that you rely heavily on the work that's already been done. And in the pre-application meetings with Council for subsequent stage development, you engage about the aspects of a broad or a simple ITA that should be further considered. So for a simple explanation of that is you might agree that a few certain additional things to the broad ITA that was already done for the plan change might need to be warranted, but as part of your comprehensive assessment, you attach the broad ITA that's already been done, and then you address all of those additional or change matters. So you're not always starting from scratch with a broad ITA, but the importance of a broad ITA is that it gives the council a broader scope of matters to consider that are much further beyond the site and have regard for other areas and other time frames. And as time goes by, we get to 10, we get to 15 years, things may or may not have happened. That broader ITA approach provides a lot more scope to then be able to have regard for what is happening in that environment at that time, and then the subsequent time frame horizons beyond that.
Thanks for that.
So just on that, I read the Te Awa Lakes provisions as requiring a further broad ITA only when we get to the major facilities. Have I read that correctly?
Sorry, I've got a white-tailed spider just running around my desk.
A couple of, I can't remember whose evidence, but there are a couple of references, I think, in the applicant's evidence to a quote. It may have been you for Te Awa Lake saying, well, we'll have to relook at stuff when we get to major facilities, but that'll be a thing for the major facilities application, and that'll be done at that time. And then when I look at the Te Awa Lake's provisions, it says that all resource consent applications in the major facilities zone shall include a broad ITA. Resource consents in the business 6 zone shall include a broad ITA, but I think otherwise it's simple ITA. So what I take from that, and I suppose I'm looking to confirm this, is that there's probably been a broad ITA initially, there's been one for the business consent process, and then there'll be a further one in the future for the major facilities zone. And that then looks at whether certain upgrades are required or not. It's 38532 of the plan.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I thought there was another piece about the residential. 38534. Oh, 534. 38534, for any resource consent applications in medium density residential zone in the major facility zone and the business 6 that include any part of indicated primary collector road, etc., etc. Evidence of how that has been addressed and included in the ITA.
The plan seems to use ITA, and then further provisions seem to use sometimes simple, sometimes broad.
Yeah.
What we were told yesterday is that the main difference is that the broader one includes modelling and has a more comprehensive view, those are my words, of the upgrades that might be required.
Has a more comprehensive view, and it takes a 20-year horizon, is the primary difference. But as I said, what you actually do in practice is that you don't need to address every single thing from scratch. You look at what the key things are, and it might be within the scope of a broad ITA, but you deal with the particular matters, so long as you're still providing the evidence that those broader aspects that are required by the broad ITA, which have already been addressed, are included with the application.
But would I be correct in concluding that if the fast track wasn't lodged and then Te Awa Lakes proceeded with development of the major facilities zone, then there would at that point be a broad ITA which would look at what upgrades were required, taking into account what was happening at that time?
Yes, that's right, yeah. Broad ITA for the major facilities zone.
Yes, yep.
Yep.
In your primary statement of evidence, you said at 15.1c that in the absence of adequate regard for the operative Te Awa Lake structure plan, a broad ITA should be required for any land use or subdivision application. So I suppose I have two questions. The first one is picking up on Commissioner Munro's point that this baseline is really more of a legal planning issue. But to what extent does a requirement for more frequent broad ITAs than the applicant has proposed address the Te Awa Lake's concern about whether the baseline is correct or not? Because you're looking at it more frequently.
Well, I think consent has already been granted for up to 500 trips from within the Te Awa Lake zone. So it's already identified the the road is at that capacity. Subsequent consents are required to look at these other matters that are listed in the Te Awa Lakes plan change provisions. So there's a degree of sensitivity about the emerging capacity in that Te Rapa North corridor that is not only emanating from Te Awa Lakes and other local activities, but regional growth and other things that are contributing to demands there. Other traffic that's coming from Auckland that is using that to come into, say, the base area, those sorts of matters.
Yes, so instead of, we've got a point of difference between the applicant and the council as to whether the plan change 17 should do a broad ITA beyond 20 hectares or 42 hectares. But if a broad ITA were required earlier, doesn't that address the concern about whether the baseline is correct today or not?
Yes.
Yes. And then my second question is, just looking at your primary statement where you said a broad ITA should be required for any land use or subdivision application, that seems very frequent. And my question is it really any land use or subdivision application, or is it something more like a certain period of years or certain period of trips or certain amount of land?
Well, I think the issue is that the capacity is already being consumed on the network. So there's a need immediately to consider that broader aspect. And then that creates the umbrella environment for all subsequent consents. And while they may well need to be broad ITAs, the work has already been done, and in actual fact, the work that's then required subsequent to that is actually rather minimal.
So just to check, you would keep any land use or subdivision application?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I haven't got any further questions. Did you have any follow-up? No. Thank you.
Now call Mr. Billsborough.
Welcome, Mr. Billsborough.
I got him.
He's not coming back.
Now, I should say we are also really familiar with your evidence,
Okay, thank you.
and we did have some discussion yesterday. I don't know if you were watching.
Yes, I was. Do you just want me to just briefly summarise?
I think so, just briefly, and then we'll go to questions.
So I support the proposed rezoning. I think it's broadly complementary to what is proposed in the Te Awa Lakes sites. However, I do have concerns about the interface between the Plan Change 17 site and what we call the HES site. The current master plan for the HES site is a mixed-use development. It includes commercial accommodation, internal and external commercial activity spaces, hospitality spaces, and also community areas and open space. I think earlier you touched on the proposed buffering, and we've got a landscape strip between 18 and 37 metres along the boundary with the Plan Change 7 site. That's an open area with pedestrian and cycleways providing a linkage from the River Ride into the Te Awa Lakes town centre on the site to the north of Hutchinson. There's not any industrial activities proposed within the HES site. I think the current development controls proposed for that site, which would enable a 20-metre high facade, effectively for the full length of that boundary, which is about 300 metres, with an exception of the landscaped area down by the river, with a 5-metre offset from the boundary, which with the landscape strip, I think does have the potential to create a dominant building facade and certainly poor outcomes from an urban design perspective. And I also think that it's going to be extremely difficult to maintain both the landscape margin and the building if there's no yard requirement over and above the landscape buffer as well. So I think the long-term benefits of that would be challenging as well. I do consider that given the proposed land uses for the HES site, I think a more precautionary approach to that site interface is appropriate. I have discussed Mr. Collier's suggestions of introduction of a 5-metre yard in addition to the landscape buffer. I think that's appropriate. I do think some height boundary controls would be appropriate along that boundary as well. And when you look at some of the existing height boundary controls within the industrial zoning, within the operative plan, particularly with regards to the open space interfaces, I think those would be appropriate too, given what we're proposing on the HES site.
Thank you. Questions?
I had a number, but helpfully you just giving what, for my mind, has been the clearest statement of what specific outcomes are actually sought on your client's land adjacent to the PC17 boundary has taken care of a lot of those. So I just have one, and it's a follow-on from what you've just said. I've been wondering why you weren't proposing your interface controls on all of the Plan Change 17 sides. And what I've taken from the specific description you've just given on what it is your client wants is that you think those interface controls are not of themselves required between industrial uses and industrial uses. They're required because of the more non-industrial uses you've described your client seeks. Is that right? That's why you haven't recommended them on all PC17 sides?
I think it might be a little bit more nuanced than that. I think where you've got a boundary interface between two industrial sites with two buildings back to back or side by side, I think those the yard and height boundary constraints I don't think are so important, but when you're looking at trying to create a high quality urban environment, and if you have some open space within an industrial zone, then I would expect to see a more sensitive relationship between an industrial site and open space or some other activity which might be within that industrial zone.
I appreciate the nuance about the sensitivity of the land use, but in general I've recorded, yes, that's why you have not proposed it everywhere, because you're not expecting the kind of activities that your client's envisaging in the generality of the rest of the industrial zone.
I can't speak to what is proposed within Fonterra and by their site. From what I've read of their master plan, it looks to be quite an intensive industrial activity. When I look at what the wider area with the Tiawa Lakes village, the major facilities zone in the HES site, that's always been identified as a buffer area between the industrial activities, which previously it's been the dairy factory, but is now potentially some industrial development as well. And I do think having a transition from those industrial activities through some major facilities, commercial activity into residential dwellings, I think that's an appropriate approach.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't have any additional questions, so thank you for your evidence.
Thank you.
We'll go to Mr. Collier. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Council staff, and also to the applicant. I've prepared a summary statement which effectively summarises my original evidence, and perhaps with your leave I'll be able to just summarise what I think are still the kind of key points. Just turning to the first one around whether we're dealing with a deferred industrial zone or a deferred industrial area or something that might even be rural. I've taken some guidance from both the Future Urban Zone chapters and the Te Rapa North Industrial Zone chapters. And I'd just refer you there to 12.1, which is the purpose of the Te Rapa North Industrial Zone. And what that says is it says the area, and then it says with the exception of the dairy manufacturing site and the 30 hectares within stage 1A, is provided for. Now my interpretation of that is it is zoned, so it's got a kind of live industrial zone. And then it says, in relation to that exception, other areas are covered by the provisions identified in Chapter 14, Future Urban Zone. And then the plan notes that this is because of the deferred industrial status of the land. And this is the key point for me in terms of where I've got to with my evidence, and a future urban zoning being applicable for deferred industrial. Now, if you go across to the future urban zone, it then says the future urban zone rules also apply to the Te Rapa North deferred industrial area, and the plan uses and mixes up the words area and zone until such time as the area is rezoned. In the interim, the Te Rapa North deferred industrial area shall remain in predominantly rural use. So those two key points from both of those chapters have been the two key areas of guidance in terms of where I've got to with my thoughts around that. And looking further into the plan around things like the plan's methods, there really aren't too many methods that deal with the zone/area. Everything is effectively non-complying. The only activities that are effectively provided for are rural activities, in other words, there's a provision relating to existing farming activities, and there's another provision relating to kennels and catteries. Now those, in my view, are not kind of urban activities in any way. They're actually rural, kind of future urban holding zone kind of activities that allow very little in the way of development until that land is actually rezoned. So probably the only other helpful provision that I could find in terms of that issue around, is it a zone, is it an area, is it future urban, or is it a deferred zone, is 12.6.1, which talks about that subdivision and development of land as being restricted until there's planning tools, and then it uses reference to including, I think, or such as a structure plan being implemented in the deferred industrial area. So in my view, that sort of points towards a future process, a structure plan process, and a plan change, which would also be a future planning tool in the context of that provision. So that's really where I've got to in terms of my view on the issue around the area and the zone. The other matter that was raised in my evidence related to the focal area, and I had some initial concerns around the scale of particularly things like the food and beverage offerings, the potential for cumulative effects in terms of someone coming in and picking up that, I think it was a 2 hectare area, slicing and dicing it, and then the cumulative effects associated with that. Now that issue's now been resolved, and I'm quite happy with the provisions that have been proposed. And I think some of that feedback came through, I think it was through Adam Thompson in terms of what was appropriate. And I agree with that. Fraser Colgrave, sorry, it was Fraser. The other key issue in terms of my evidence is really in relation to this interface issue. And in 3.10 of my evidence, I've set out the objectives and policies that are actually in the plan change. So these were not pre-existing objectives and policies. These were ones that were offered by the applicant, and they have an objective which promotes high quality outcomes in terms of the industrial development that's to occur, and then there's supporting policies which refer to the incorporation of landscaping, screening and setbacks, and this is the key point, within the interfaces between the zone, and I'm assuming it's referring to the industrial zone, and the deferred industrial zone areas. So that is, to me, that is a key policy that's saying where you've got an interface, you need to look at the approach in terms of setbacks, landscaping and screening. And what I found there, and I suppose it's also important to probably identify that there's an explanation that kind of sets that out as well, and that talks about managing amenity values of the zone that remain deferred, and that's something to consider, and it's important. I think the plan uses the word important to consider, and it also makes reference to the purpose of that being to create a functional and attractive industrial precinct that reflects positively on Hamilton. And I'm assuming that that's in terms of looking at it from the edge. So there seems to be a little bit of a disjoint between what the policy level is saying in the plan change, and then in terms of the plan provisions that should follow through relating to setbacks, screening and landscaping. And so I have provided some additional recommendations in terms of those matters from 12.41 on in my evidence. One of the matters that you may have thought was a little odd was around the relationship between a setback and the screening. So there is a requirement for a 5 metre depth of screening, and it's got to grow to a minimum of 10 metres within, I think, 5 years. And that's obviously on the boundary typically, and then that would provide screening with buildings in behind. It seemed odd to me to not have any setback because, and I've looked at some of the other plan changes that I've been involved in relation to how those boundary interfaces are treated and addressed. So specifically I've been involved with Plan Change 35, which was the Tareka Business Estate Plan Change in Tauranga, the Omokoroa Urbanisation Plan Change, which was Plan Change 69, and also I've had a look at some of the other plans around the place, but typically 10 metres is often put in as a kind of a landscape buffer where you've got an edge between areas and zones, and you're looking to create higher amenity outcomes around the edge. And in, for example, the Tauriko scenario, there was a requirement for 3 rows of trees at 5 metres in terms of depth around those edges. So it just seems to me a little odd as to how you would have 20 metre high buildings hard up potentially against that sort of boundary. How do you get a shelter trimmer down there? What about mature trees? Because the 10 metres is a minimum. And so those are some suggestions that I've included in my evidence in relation to addressing some of those matters. So I appreciate you may have other questions around Te Awa Lakes and the current consenting, etc., the fast track process. In terms of the Te Awa Lakes consenting process, there is an underlying land development consent which covers about 3/4 of the site. There is also a series of subsequent land use consents that have been granted for the initial development. So if you do a site visit, you'll see there's an existing kind of service centre at the front, and then there's a couple of apartment developments which are underway currently. And in fact, there was another one just granted last week. So Te Awa Lakes have got, I think, 3 major consents for apartment developments approved. They're not all Te Awa Lakes consents, some of them are from private applicants. And they have another large consent which is currently underway. They are also actively still pursuing the fast track consent process. And the reason for that is that the fast track referral not only includes the Hamilton City part of Te Awa Lakes, but also the land which is in Waikato District, which is referred to as Horatu West. And in total, there's about 2,500 houses, taking into account Horatu West as well as the Te Awa Lakes land within Hamilton City. So as at yesterday, Te Awa Lakes were engaging with council around some of that stuff to do with fast track. So it's something that is on their radar. They've received fee proposals and they've started to do some work on some of that. The fast track process is something they're quite keen to use, given there is a long history of consenting with this site, large numbers of various consents going back to the days of quarrying versus more current consents, and quite a complicated plan framework for Te Awa Lakes. So it's become quite an inefficient process around applying for individual consents on a case-by-case basis. The integrated transport assessment requirements, I agree with Mr. Appledorn, there is a kind of a global traffic assessment that's completed, and then when individual land use consents go in, those individual land use consents are accompanied by a more local assessment that provides an analysis around if it's an apartment development or if it's a small stage, what are the effects of that, and are any of those major infrastructure upgrades triggered. Now, at the current time, my understanding is that Te Awa Lakes have not yet got past that 500, which was the trigger for some of that major infrastructure upgrade works, which is set out in Mr Appledorn's evidence. So that's probably more of a summary from me in terms of my thinking, but thank you, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'll just cover off a couple of things before I go to Commissioner Munro. So are you working on the fast track application?
Yes, I've been assisting them with it, yeah.
And so what's your current guesstimate of timing before you'd be lodging a substantive?
One would hope that it would be before November of this year, because I think there's a time frame that the applications need to be done by.
November of next year?
Sorry, next year. Sorry. This coming year.
And so can I just be clear on is Te Awa Lakes in possession of any resource consents which require upgrades, whether the condition has yet been triggered or not?
I don't think there's any major upgrades required yet. No, I don't believe so.
But do the resource consents have conditions in them that will require them to be undertaken at a certain point?
Which consent is it? Oh, the land. Sorry, there is something in the overall land development consent, that's correct. So it's a really odd way of consenting things, because they've got these kind of stormwater consents, land development consents, and then they have a separate subdivision and land use consent. So yeah, the land development consent does have some triggers once you get beyond that 500, which subsequent consents would probably also have for the land use.
So I think someone said yesterday they would get that to us, but if you could get us a copy of that, that would be useful.
And just to be clear, the land development consent kind of covers all the infrastructure, roading, earthworks, pipes in the ground, stormwater. Yeah. There is also a comprehensive discharge consent, which is about to land for the whole Te Awa Lakes area as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Munro.
You'll appreciate on a spatially confined area, you're the last planner we're hearing from, and the issues have been beaten around already. So I don't have much for you. A question was put to your counsel for your client earlier, that other submitters have requested the entirety of the zone, including your client's bit of land, should have the deferral taken off it and just become the live Te Rapa North Industrial Zone. And we were told that your client would support that. But if we did that, as far as I can tell, almost all of the land use activities Mr Billsborough told us about would be non-complying activities in that zone.
I don't think they'd be necessarily non-complying.
All right, why don't we go to the activity table of the zone and talk me through it? Because no one's put to us any alternative activities for the land than what the zone already has, and that's what the submitters have asked for, that your client has said it would be quite happy with.
I think the major facilities zone, from what I understand, includes sort of recreational type activities.
We're talking about the area of land between the Te Awa Lake structure plan and the Fonterra plan change that is currently sitting as part of the deferred industrial zone, as I understood it.
Yes, so if that was rezoned industrial, what you're saying is that most of the activities that Te Awa Lakes would like to do under their major facilities kind of fast track, swapping of that over.
Would fall to be non-complying activities based on the industrial zone that is what the submissions we can deal with.
Yeah, look, there will be a lot of non-compliant activities in there because it is an industrial zone. But that's not what that's not what Te Awa Lakes want to do.
No, I understand that, but why would we put planning methods based on what a future non-complying activity might result in? Isn't that weird for a district plan to say something's non-complying, then build in a series of development standards specifically to provide for those non-complying activities?
Well, it would only be if you were to rezone that area industrial. I mean, my view on that is possibly different from Ms Barry Pacino's, in that I've, for some time, have said if the council had signalled as they had in the original kind of industrial study that they did for Te Rapa North, then they had more of a role around doing a more of a global plan change than individual applicants, because it's my view as a planner that individual applicants are entitled to apply for a plan change. It doesn't have to include everything that was necessarily signalled. It's deferred industrial, so it might come later, or it could come at some other point or through some other process, and that's what the plan says in terms of mechanisms. So I suppose getting back to your question, we can only deal with what we can deal with at the moment, which is that it's deferred industrial. I don't believe Te Awa Lakes have sought a change in terms of that. Its plans are to use a kind of a fast-track proposal. Now, if that fast-track proposal wasn't successful, then that deferred industrial would sit until such time as there was a future plan change. Now, it's been signalled as deferred industrial, but it's still got to go through a future plan change to determine how that sits. And there'll be new zones coming in terms of the new Planning Act. So I'm just not sure how that may land. All I can say is at the moment the plan is to apply for a fast-track consent in some form. I mean, my advice to Te Awa Lakes has been to apply for the whole area, including Horatu West, to deal with it comprehensively. But in the meantime, we're kind of stuck with a deferred industrial area, which is an overlay, which has got some plan policies which are seeking specific outcomes. And those are the bits that are missing, in my view, from the rule framework.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The only additional question I have is if in a world where we did reach a decision where the whole zone got uplifted, wouldn't the interface issue covered by your client and Mr. Billsborough essentially move to the northern boundary of the HES block, because that would be the interface between the industrial zone?
It would, and there are quite a few controls already in place around the effectively the edge of what is the urban part of Te Awa Lakes. And I was just sort of thinking about if you did that, it's not really, and going back to Commissioner Munro's question about non-compliant activities, well, it actually doesn't change the situation much for Te Awa Lakes, because currently everything's non-compliant under the future urban zone anyway. So appreciating that if you were to change the zone, it's probably not the ideal to still have non-compliant, but in theory there's not much of a change. The activity status would probably remain the same around non-compliant.
Thank you. I haven't got any other questions.
That decision is one for you as a panel, obviously, to make in terms of that wider issue around do you switch it all on or not.
Now, does that conclude your case? Thank you.
Thank you.
So what we will do is we will take lunch now, probably to 12:45. Yeah, and then we'll come back and see where council and the applicant are at.
Thank you. Madam Chair, just to clarify, you'd like a copy of the land development consents, and I'll send through that High Court decision.
Yes.
Those two things. Is there anything else that you'd like them to
I
do?
don't think there's anything additional.
Oh, and any other land use consents. I'm just clarifying.
What would be helpful, and this is a question of how much homework it puts on your team's shoulders. Resource consents, especially multiple resource consents, very quickly run into hundreds of pages, most of which probably won't be pertinent to the specific questions we're interested in, which is about what specifically transport-related infrastructure obligations are described within those consents, whether they're triggered yet or not. So to the extent to which receiving the documents would be great, it would be even greater if someone could have highlighted the specific bits that at least in your estimation, are relevant to us to maybe save us
Certainly.
one of the days before Christmas or something like that.
And just one other question, would you like the ITAs that were included as well, or not?
Oh,
No? Okay.
and sorry, just to absolutely clarify, solely relating to transport, or would you like, say, for example, if there's triggers on stormwater or other aspects?
Yes, all infrastructure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll see you all back at 12:45. be really focused on whether, from the technical experts and planning point of view, anything has changed from your most recent technical memorandum and the Section 42A addendum. So no need to go over what you've already written or respond to what you've heard. It's really whether anything has changed. We would then be assisted by the council and the applicant producing a common set of plan change provisions. It seems to us that you're not too far apart, but obviously they might identify areas of disagreement. So we see that as the next step, and we'll invite comment from both of you on an appropriate timeframe for that. Following which, we would anticipate a final response from the 42A team, because there may be things outstanding, and following that, a right of reply from the applicant. But what we will do is invite you to suggest timeframes for that when the common set of provisions is filed. So that's our current thinking. I don't know if you want to have a chat about that now, otherwise we'll...
Briefly discussed something along those lines, and I think certainly from the council's perspective, very happy with that as a way forward.
Indeed, I think that absolutely makes sense, and from our perspective, that over the next week or so to the end of next week, for those discussions to take place between Mr. McGann and Mr. Grala in order to provide a sort of final version that shows where any residual matters of dispute remain. I think that would assist everyone.
Thank you. So with that, I'll go to the 42A team, and if we could hear from the technical experts first, and then the planning officer, and anything else you'd like to add.
Thank you, Commissioner. So just very quick, I'll just lead off very quickly, and then I'll hand across to the team. The first point I wanted to cover off was just I've delivered to you both versions of the hard copy maps. So what the hard copy maps, which you have, will show you is the first is that's the zoning map. That's the entire Te Rapa North Industrial Zone area zoned, and then there is of course the overlay, which is that document there. What the overlay tells you is a few things. Firstly, the yellow area in the middle is the manufacturing carve-out overlay for the dairy factory site. The rest of the entire Te Rapa North Industrial Zone is covered in the deferred industrial zoning, and so that includes Stage 1A and Stage 1B. So there's effectively two layers going on. You've got, so for example, in Stage 1A, it's deferred industrial, but it's got the Stage 1A carve out, if you like. And if you go to the plan provisions, that's effectively what they tell you is happening. So that's the first point I'd make. The second is I just wanted to, and I won't labour this, but I do want to make it very clear that, I mean, firstly, I think everyone would recognise that the Te Rapa North Industrial Zone is not a model in plan drafting, but I think it is sufficiently clear to establish some basic propositions. And the first of all is, in terms of the status quo, the underlying zoning of all of the area, whether it's the plan change area or the balance of the Te Rapa North Industrial area that the submitters seek be live zoned, is all industrial zoning. The references to the future urban zone are the provisions which are effectively deployed to manage land use in the deferred zone. And I do want to make one brief observation, which is that if you go to the plan provisions and click your way through to Chapter 14 in the future urban zone, it makes it clear in the purpose statement that the provisions of the future urban zone which apply to the deferred industrial zone are the rules, not the objectives and policies of the future urban zone. Now, I've done a little bit of knitting between the Te Rapa North Industrial Zone objectives and policies and the rules in the future urban zone, and it works as a kind of, unhappy marriage. It actually, if you think about some of the objectives and policies and what they're trying to achieve in terms of integration of infrastructure and the stage management of land use and its need to be serviced, the rules associated with the future urban zone actually serve those higher order objectives and policies. So it's a little bit of an amalgam, but nevertheless it does work. But the key point is that to suggest that the any land which is the subject of the deferred industrial zone is in fact a future urban zoning is, I think, simply incorrect as a matter of law and planning. So I'll leave that point there. In terms of the section 4218, so we've got subject matter experts in terms of stormwater, wastewater and potable water and transportation and then planning. If it's in order, I can just simply go to the technical experts first and then you can finish with the planner. Okay, so on that basis we'll start with transport if we can, or are you not quite ready?
Yeah, no, Mary's just printed my summary statement.
Okay. So the direction, sorry, Naomi, the direction from the commissioners is they don't want to hear about anything other than what has changed. So you can, by all means, refer to your summary statement, but ultimately keep the focus on, has there anything changed in terms of your position over the last 2 days? Okay, so with that in mind, help yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me? Does that work? Cool. Thank you. So I have prepared the summary statement that's been circulated. I can probably talk to the headings, but just skip through to the new things. So,
so we're interested to know, we've read everything that came before the hearing, and we'll receive the summary statement. But what we're really keen to know is whether anything, your view has changed on anything after having heard the evidence for a couple of days.
So, in terms of the broad ITA, my view hasn't changed on the broad ITA. That is still required for development, cumulative development beyond 20 hectares. So I have set out some discussion through there and responded to some of your queries that have been raised, but nothing is new, and it also refers to my evidence or my addendum. McKee Street, Te Rapa Road signalisation, my view hasn't changed there either. I consider that upgrade is needed to support the PPC 17 development, and the reasons are because in all of the assessment that's been provided, it is a signalised intersection, whereas there has been no assessment of the current form of that intersection and the additional traffic and what that would do and what the effects would be. The initial access to the PPC 17 area at Old Ruffle Road, I consider that needs to be a roundabout. I guess while Ruffle Road level crossings closed, there is a short section of Ruffle Road as a cul-de-sac that serves 10 industrial properties in an Empire's farm block, but it is still a significant area of industrial land. It's 10 hectares-ish, and that would generate 165 vehicles per hour.
Just on that topic, can I just draw you out a little further on one point? We've heard evidence from porters in terms of including some of their land, and there has been discussion about that particular triangle that's immediately adjacent to the plan change area. If that triangle were included in the plan change area, does that change your views in terms of the transport upgrades associated with Ruffle Road in that location?
That further supports the need for the roundabout. the fourth leg of that roundabout could provide access into that triangle Porter's land. That would be an appropriate intersection form. The indicative cross-sections and specific upgrade required for Old Ruffle Road. My view hasn't changed there. I raise it because it was discussed in Mr. Inder's statement or summary. I recommend that it be upgraded to my recommended cross-section, specifically because it will provide a flush median that will allow vehicles to turn into those existing industrial vehicle accesses and any new vehicle crossings. The upgrade would also mean, because Old Ruffle Road is intended to be an extension into the Spine Road, and it brings it closer to the cross-section that the Spine Road is proposed to be. I also point out that the district plan does have criteria for the form of transport corridors, and Old Ruffle Road doesn't meet the district plan standard at the moment, so it does need an upgrade. I consider that including those indicative cross-sections in the provisions is needed because they are specific to the PPC 17 and don't match those current district plan criteria, so they are helpful to have them there. The Spine Road. So in my addendum, I had outlined concerns that the proposed provisions didn't require the Spine Road between Access 1 and Access 2 to be fully connected until over 35 hectares of development. In Mr. Inder's statement or summary, he states that the connecting Spine Road will require demolition of the dairy factory interchange on-ramp and off-ramps. This has not previously been clear, and the implications of the demolition of the interchange do not appear to have been considered, nor is it clear what the proposed alternative dairy factory access arrangements are. Replacement of the interchange with a signalised intersection has been included in the WRTM modelling, but it hasn't been clear in the proposal if that interchange would be replaced. So there, in my view, there's a risk that the Spine Road won't be fully connected, and that potentially compromising the intent of the plan change, as well as having undesirable transport planning implications, with local trips needing to use Te Rapa Road for access between those internal PPC 17 areas. Then I talk about strategic connections. I don't think there's anything new in there, but I have said that I do support the indicative cross-section specific to the East-West Road and future upgrade to NRC, and the proposed provisions requiring setbacks that protect the ability for the future upgrade to the NRC. And I agree that on the structure plan legend for the East-West Road, which you'd highlighted as with the brackets for being optional, it should be clarified, and I suggest that it should say East-West Road, future major arterial, to confirm that it's consistent with the district plan road hierarchy. The form of the BRT corridor along Te Rapa Road is being developed, not yet confirmed, and I consider that the setbacks included in the proposed provisions are sufficient to ensure there will be the ability for additional corridor width to be secured with BRT in the future. Connection to Hutchinson Road. This was raised in my addendum, but I'm not sure that it made it into all of the provisions. The effects of industrial traffic from the north block of PPC 17 using Hutchinson Road haven't been assessed, and I recommended a new rule in the provisions that restrict vehicle access to avoid direct access to Hutchinson Road. So that was in Rule 12.5 point something B, I think. I've also talked about the local road connection to Hutchinson Road through TAL land. Sorry, I'm at paragraph 17, I've jumped up. While not part of the PPC 17, I've raised this because you queried it yesterday, Commissioner Munro. I understand the local road connection to Hutchinson Road through TAL land had not included in the PPC 17 area that's indicated on the structure plan has been agreed through TAL discussions between Fonterra, TAL and HCC in prior discussions, and it aligns with a future signalised intersection on Hutchinson Road planned as part of TAL. I support keeping that link indicated on the structure plan. It's useful to know that there is and show that there is an expectation for that four-leg signalised intersection on Hutchinson Road at that location. Meadowview Lane, this is new, and the Te Awa River Ride. So the PPC 17 proposes a vehicle restriction to avoid heavy vehicles using Meadowview Lane south of the PPC 17 boundary. It's not clear how heavy vehicles would be restricted to avoid using the southern section of Meadowview Lane. They'll be required to use the northern portion of Meadowview Lane and the internal dairy factory roads to access the Te Rapa interchange, which seems unusual because it requires private roads to be used by that industrial traffic. Any effective ban on heavy vehicles may be difficult to communicate, and the burden for enforcement is likely to fall to council. That's of the restriction on the south end of Meadowview Lane. The Te Awa River Ride currently uses Meadowview Lane for on-road cycling access. It is not clear how safe public access for River Ride users will be maintained with the introduction of the industrial traffic to that short section of Meadowview Lane at the north. In my opinion, it's undesirable for those cyclists travelling on that River Ride to be mixing with industrial traffic along the northern section of Meadowview Lane, and I've recommended the cross-section of the affected Meadowview Lane should be upgraded to include a separated 3 metre wide off-road shared path on the east side. And that hadn't been included in my previous addendum. Porter's Land. This is fairly consistent with my addendum. I consider that adopting the Porter's Land in that triangle on the eastern side of the railway appears to be appropriate and feasible, but additional information and specific assessment is required. I've talked about the access arrangements. It could be a fourth leg to Old Ruffle Road roundabout. And as already discussed, confirming the building setbacks that would be required to ensure adequate protection of the east-west road in the future Northern River crossing corridor and space for the embankment, which would need further assessment and engagement with HCC and Kiwi Rail. And also assessment to confirm those local road arrangements to ensure access to the land north of the east-west road is possible. I've recommended that a road could be shown parallel to the railway to provide connectivity, and that would share the over structure, the bridge. And then confirming any new or amended provisions relating to triggers for the broad OTA that might be required and the proposed infrastructure upgrades triggered by the cumulative net developable area. Sorry, I got more detailed as I went through, but...
It's okay. Commissioner Munro, questions? No, and I don't have any questions either. That's very clear. Thank you.
From Mr. Smith in relation to stormwater.
Right. I've only really got 2 points to reiterate. Most of what I've heard over the last day and a bit is covered off in the 42A technical report and the addendum report. The main one, unsurprisingly, is the stream erosion resilience works. HCC hasn't yet agreed that the in-stream works are the preferred option. At this stage, the ICMP has both of them open and the pipe option preferred, and there's no work under the ICMP that will change this. HCC have said they would support the in-stream works option if more information is provided. In my opinion, that hasn't yet happened. That would constitute updated or more developed engineering and cost estimation information to a level more advanced than what was done for the ICMP. So the provisions sort of reflect that and set up that. So the wording becomes need to be quite carefully selected, that if you reference, say, in Area 1 for the in-stream works, that assumes the in-stream works are going to be done, which is not quite there yet. If it pans out that way, then that's the obvious place to do it, yes. But the step's not quite there yet. The other point that I was going to make is both the applicant and myself have dwelt a little bit on the proportion, the percentage that you can attribute to plan change 17 land. I've considered that a little bit further, because it does push through into questions of funding, inevitably. But to me, that's really a question for a financial agreement with council outside of a plan change. So I wasn't actually going to say much more on that other than to make that point, because there are differences in methodology, and I could go into that further, but actually that's one for a agreement outside of this and outside of the plan change provisions. But it does influence it in how it sets up the need to confirm funding for the solution and how that would be implemented. All those sorts of things feed into really the information requirements under the infrastructure plan. And that's really all I had to reiterate.
Commissioner Munro? No? I just had one question, which was around in the table which has the stormwater and wastewater and water requirements. The council's markup had put, if I recall the word correctly, the resilience works in the enabling line at the top. And so what the applicant said yesterday was that no, it's just a requirement that it applies at all the stages, because any one of them could go at any time. Well, that might be oversimplified, but where are you sitting on whether it's in that first line or just spread against all of the stages?
I see their point, and we considered this a little bit last night, that it is a bit of a double up, and I think actually the preparation of the implementation plan itself, not the works, is the key enabling thing. So I would probably suggest changing that to doing the enabling plan, the infrastructure plan as the enabling works, and each subsection has the erosion works as identified, and that's where I guess get back to that point of you can't sort of call it Area 1 if you haven't quite got there yet, which is why I prefer our words where it talks about implementation of the stream erosion works, and that is attached to each, and that would sort of resolve that issue, so you're not doubling up in enabling works and then you have it again.
This does seem one of the issues where perhaps you're not too far apart.
No,
so
no,
I
exactly.
encourage you to look at that closely.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you. Who do we go to next? Mr. Hardy.
Water and wastewater.
My position hasn't changed from my Section 42 addendum. I have two small matters which I've tabled in a supplementary memo. One is leading to the reinstatement of those aspects that were removed from the infrastructure table, which more detail is presented in that memo, and we can work through that subsequently as we've been directed. And the second one is just a clarification of the council position in terms of infrastructure plans or figures which include areas outside the area. I support, or we require those to be retained, and I prefer some kind of footnote or notes against them rather than removal. And again, the small amount of detail is tabled in my supplementary, which can be read.
So just to clarify that last point, that arose, I think, during an exchange with Commissioner Munro and I think it might have been Mr. Grala, in terms of a structure plan which is showing things occurring outside the structure plan area. And I think the point is that when we're dealing with reticulated networks, there's always a sort of an input and an output of some sort of part where there is an integration of the structure plan area with the wider network, and just being able to show where those connections and integrations occur seems sensible, recognising that the structure plan itself can't dictate what happens outside of it, so a footnote or something might solve the issue, but to remove the identification of those connection points altogether was something that was not favoured.
I think to clarify the discussion, Mr. Gully yesterday seemed to focus on some kind of note or clarification rather than omission.
Yes, I think that's supported by the witness.
No questions, that's very clear, thank you. So we come to planning.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So in terms of the Section 42 addendum, nothing specifically has changed in terms of the principal issues around extent. I remain of the view that if you as a panel are minded to consider expanding the zone, that contiguous Porter's Triangle is the obvious extent. And I'd be comfortable with that. Having heard the evidence of submitters and the like, I do tend to agree if that is where we land. I wouldn't have thought there's too much additional work involved in that. We just need to canvass the various constraints and so forth. I do think it would go some way to giving the council extra flexibility in terms of its future Northern River crossing as well. So makes sense from that perspective also.
Can I just talk to you a couple of questions on that point? It's not all Porter's land in that southern triangle. There's like another little southern triangle at the bottom.
Yeah,
do you know who
correct.
owns that?
No, I don't.
And so my understanding of both the traffic evidence from Mr. Hills this morning, but also Council's 42A officer, is that further work, in fact, would be required around transport on that southern triangle. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be one of the technical areas that would need to be considered. And in fact, from a plan provisions point of view, there would be obviously work that would flow out of that as well in terms of the reworking to a degree the provision framework as it stands. So,
thank you.
Another matter covered was the baseline. So, I remain of the view that the consented environment is essentially the existing environment that should be considered. So, that view hasn't changed. I suppose and it comes to the plan provisions and the broad OTA requirement. You've already heard from Ms. McMinn about it. Now, this is quite a dynamic part of the city. There's a lot going on, and I think these checks and balances are going to be really important. I suppose Fonterra spoke of Te Awa Lakes development being a little uncertain in places. Well, arguably Fonterra's staging isn't overly clear either in terms of timing, sequencing and so forth. So I think it's important that there are some checks and balances in there, and I guess the position that council's landed on is that 20 hectare net developable area is an appropriate time to recheck in on that. Regarding the interface issue, remain of the view that we've got essentially indicated industry backing onto industry. I think the provisions reflect the bulk and location standards for those zones. I suppose based on what I've heard, I don't consider it would be reasonable for Fonterra to have to carry the burden of having to respond to that. If this plan changes ahead of where Te Awa Lakes is, I think Te Awa Lakes have a role in what happens along that edge as well. So the position hasn't changed there. And I suppose from a provisions point of view, as you've picked up, there is a reasonably high level of alignment with Fonterra. But just to go through those areas where I still think further work is required, and I welcome that suggestion, that the big ticket items are really some of those early transport interventions that Ms McMinn referred to, so the roundabout upgrade, Old Ruffle Road. We have that requirement in there regarding the McKee Street to Rapa Road work, which is actually a requirement of TAL's, sits on their land development consent as I understand it. But I suppose in talking to Ms McMinn about it, this has really been included on the basis that Fonterra's modelling or assessment has already considered that to be in place as of today. But there's no certainty as to when that upgrade's actually going to be implemented. It could still be some time away. Now, yeah, this is slightly fraught in the sense that it's a work that sits on someone else's consent, I suppose, and how can that be reflected in this plan change in a way that it's something that still needs to be delivered, because whichever development goes first is going to lead to effects on that particular part of the transport network. I haven't yet resolved what that could look like, but potentially its conclusion could be supported by some sort of note that references, whether that's appropriate or not. It just still need to work through that, I think. The broad ITA requirement I've already discussed, so would be looking to retain that. And then we have the infrastructure, the strategic Three Waters infrastructure table. So you've heard from Mr. Smith around the ICMP and the importance of the infrastructure plan. I'll just go through a few of my notes if that's okay, but I consider that the retention of the reference to water availability, allocation and wastewater treatment capacity is important. This is on the basis that the matters represent critical infrastructure issues for the city and reflect more than just the implementation of physical infrastructure. I consider that it is important that the provisions at the outset clearly signal that there will be a process to manage and control these matters through the rules framework, but which are now supported by the strengthened objectives and policies framework, which you heard yesterday, which now sit in Chapter 12, and which Fonterra are broadly supportive of. Fonterra have proposed the introduction of a cross-reference to another part of the plan, which I had actually considered in my approach to the plan provisions. But my only reservation there is that while most elements are given coverage to, I note as an example under one of those cross-references, so 1225A, subpart 3, it's not engaged in the Fonterra plan change context, and that relates to the availability of Three Waters infrastructure capacity to appropriately service the process. And that's not, for whatever reason, the district plan doesn't engage it. It engages it in the context of the residential requirements. So while I don't have a particular issue with the proposed cross-referencing, because it does give good coverage, and yes, there are some efficiencies there, I still consider that the front footing of the critical matters, as I've attempted to do in the strategic infrastructure table, gives the necessary full coverage to the matters required to be addressed in the infrastructure plan, and this is the preferred approach to ensure nothing falls through the gaps for the reasons I've just outlined. The provision aims to set up a process to resolve these critical infrastructure matters through early engagement with the council as well. Mr. Smith's talked to the stormwater matter in relation to the resilience work, so I won't go on that. I won't talk further on that, other than to note, I think we'll just take that away and review that further with Fonterra. And obviously, objectives and policies, I noted the general support of those from Mr. Growler. So yeah, that's probably enough from me, I think. It's probably the high points, I hope.
Thank you. Questions?
I've got a few, but I'm relaxed whether you wish to offer an answer now or think about it on the basis of an opportunity short time down the road, based on whatever happens of a discussed process of plan tinkering. Mr. Manhinnick, in fairness, they probably apply from an applicant's reply perspective too, so you can just take note of those. But back to you. I'm very much interested in your view on the merits of what we heard from some of the submitters to the effect that a superior planning solution would be to take away the deferral for the entire zone. Specifically, in terms of A, do you agree with the proposition generally? B, are there any characteristics about the existing situation that might inform a position being taken either way? And specifically in that more ambiguous second limb, I can't help in my mind get away from, if the idea is that fragmentation and incrementalism is wrong, why is there a 1A and originally a 1B? Why does 1A have a bunch of rules that anticipate a rolled out of bit by bit over time? It seems to me the entire zone was premised on infrastructure limitations and development being opened up possibly in a number of bits and pieces over time, that I just don't see, based on that, jumping to the view that the next step should just be to open up the whole zone. So that's one question for you. I don't know if you have any thoughts now, or if not, I'll go to my next one.
I mean, I retain the position that, you know, Fonterra is well within its rights, has recourse under the Act to promulgate its own, own plan change. And I think that's done that, and it's undertaken the necessary assessments. I can't speak for the engagement and how other parties came to the table, so to speak. We've heard a little bit about that. So I generally, retain the position and have a level of comfort that what has been put forward is appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Following on from that, and it may be a matter for Mr. Muldowney to think about rather than you. Again, it's just based on what I've heard from the submitters today, something not quite sitting fully comfortably on my mind about what seems to be a suggestion that Section 32 and this question of what's most appropriate can just be so open-ended that it's really just anybody involved who thinks of something quote-unquote better. It's not meant to be negative or disparaging about anything we've heard or to oversimplify it. But surely there must be some constraints on the most appropriate inquiry. Otherwise, surely every plan change ends up being a whole of district re-litigation, because someone will always say, what about the next hill? What about the next street? So again, if you've got some views on that as a planner, I welcome them. But again, Mr. Muldowney, you might want to think about some comments on that too.
Yeah, well, I guess the deferred and overlay, sets the absolute bounds of the options that I think are available, and that's as far as section 32. When looking at the options from that height, I suppose, should probably go. So I think that places one restriction. I believe the applicant, considered that as part of that analysis, and then really it's the land holding it has an interest in within that, and I guess the analysis then flows through and down as to the options it's considered in regards to that.
Okay. Specific to you on that, Mr. Muldowney, it may well be that the courts have grappled with how far and wide-ranging Section 32 considerations could or shouldn't go, especially for private plan changes, and when things different to or bigger than or alternative sites might be useful. Maybe that's something you might think about.
Yeah, I'll give that some more thought. I've got two observations I'll make now. The first is that, I think it's definitely case specific, so it depends upon the circumstances. And in the current set of circumstances, I think that the natural limit of what could be introduced through a submission is, I think, confined to the extent to which the deferred industrial overlay is uplifted. Fundamentally, this plan change is not about determining land use. This is a plan change focused on the when, not the if. So in the current context, I would say that the limit really is the question of the extent of the lifting of the overlay. And that creates, I think, the edges in 32 terms. In terms of what is most appropriate, that slightly wider question that you pose of, contrasting, lifting the whole overlay versus just a bit of it, and what's most appropriate in 32 terms. I think what's relevant here is the sufficiency of evidence that you have to support the entire lifting of the overlay. So it may be that in a slightly abstract sense, lifting the entire overlay is and could be the preferred and best option. But in 32 terms, if you don't have the evidence to support that, I think you're left with, well, what evidence do I have to comfortably and reliably make the kinds of evaluations required in Section 32? And in this particular plan change, if you're asking that question, I would say you have sufficiency of information in relation to the Fonterra extent of the deferred industrial removal. But I think there's a real question as to whether you have enough evidence to extend it beyond that.
That's very helpful.
Thank you.
But it does lead to just one follow-on.
Yes.
About your comments about the limit of alternatives based on the zone.
Yes.
In your legal submissions, you gave a view on the scope of submissions. And I just want to make sure there's not a loop to connect between that as it relates to the relief sought by the Te Awa Lakes people, which seems to be premised on the presumption of land use outcomes on part of their land subject to the industrial zone, that, without the benefit of me spending 3 weeks thinking and mulling it over further, doesn't seem very related to industrial activities or the kind of uses that the zone contemplates.
No.
Is there an argument then that when we get to that question of the scope might not be so clear-cut?
Well, it did strike me today that all of the effort up until today, on the scope question has been about the extent of the uplift. And then I started to get threads from the presentation from Te Awa Lakes that I've got to say this, notwithstanding the original submission, which actually sought the entire uplifting of the deferred industrial, which is somewhat at odds with what I heard this morning from them, because on the one hand they had a submission saying, make us live zoned industrial in the HES. The presentation today suggested that in fact they didn't necessarily want industrial zoning in the HES. In fact, they had other things in mind for it. What I would say firstly is that those other things in mind, I think, are out there in a different process. That what you are dealing with is simply, in terms of the HES land, the question of whether or not you live zone it industrial or not. That's a binary question. There's no scope or ability to start entertaining some of those other interesting land uses that were suggested this morning in terms of mixed use. There's nothing in this plan change that would give you, I think, the scope to do that. So I'm sorry, I may have misconstrued the question. But is that question? Yep.
Thank you. That's again very, very helpful. Back to you. Just two more things. Actually, only one more thing, because Mr. Muldowney's answer actually took out what I was going to ask you now. The last question then. Again, I'm still left with a bit of unease in my mind, the piece of the puzzle about, and without having seen more detail on the Te Awa Lakes consents that will be coming to us, but I still have a feeling that we're being asked to assume that all of it can be treated as part of the existing environment, as it might relate to things like traffic generation, but at the same time not assume all of it might be being built out to the extent of infrastructure upgrades that build out would already be taken care of. Now, I absolutely understand Ms McMinn's comment at the end of the day, if an intersection needs to be upgraded, there's a point where the planning arguments aren't the same as the real world. Yeah. But it feels to me something is either part of an existing environment or not a sort of, at the worst case, being seen to be cherry-picked when it suits. So you might not be able to answer that yourself until you've further seen some of those conditions and reached it, but that is a live issue in my mind. I don't think it's credible to everyone in the room to sort of at one part of a decision say something's in, and then another part say it's out, and then another part it's something else. There has to be a principled, consistent way of thinking about it.
Can I just jump in there? I mean, it's partly planning, partly legal, but yes. To the extent that you are making judgments about the existing environment and applying Hawthorn and overlaying what you see with plan-enabled permitted activities and also non-fanciful unimplemented consents. If you are going to layer up that final non-fanciful unimplemented consents and you are going to assume that the environment includes that particular land use, it must carry with it an assumption that all of the conditions that enable that land use in the resource consent are met. And if those conditions require infrastructure interventions, then the assumption must be that they are in there. You can't have one without the other.
Thank you. So the question for you to think about is which one or the other should we land on?
And that comes back to the non-fanciful question. If we're unimplemented, what confidence can we have that they will be implemented? And that's an interesting question because it's pretty dynamic out there at Te Awa Lakes. There's a lot of ideas and a lot of dynamism in terms of the intended land use. It's evolving quite dramatically. And we heard that this morning in terms of the fast track.
It may well be that Te Awa Lake's position has potentially undermined itself if the argument is we want you to rely on X, but we're not prepared to commit that we would actually be committed to delivering the things X would rely on. That itself might create the uncertainty that could lead possibly, and think about this, something that could have potentially been included as a Hawthorn qualifying existing environment, were it not for the dynamics of the situation and the uncertainty that might lead to a case-by-case justifiable selection of why something might be on road. As I said earlier, the idea of having a principled basis for that, rather than just seeming a bit chaotic or self-serving, which we'd want to avoid. Okay, those were my questions. Thank you both. I get confused who's the lawyer and who's the planner, but I'm grateful to you both.
Thank you. I just had one question for you, Mr Muldowney. Did you have a response to Ms Barry Pacino's submission around that Queenstown case this morning, where she was drawing a distinction between resource consents and plan changes with respect to the forward-looking environment?
Yeah, I haven't looked at it for some time, but I do recall it was a decision, I think it might have been Skelton, and I think it went on appeal to the High Court. I know it's a bit problematic. I know it puts a gloss on Hawthorn, and there are some questions around its utility as a legal precedent. If it's the same case that I'm thinking about, I know that it went on appeal to the High Court. So I'd have to go back and make sure I'm thinking about the same case. But I do know that there's been, if it's the case I'm thinking about, there have been questions around its utility as a precedent. I think, generally speaking, Hawthorn remains good law, and as I understand it, is applicable both to plan changes and consent. So I think on that one I'd like to come back to you on, if I may.
That's fine, and I think the case is going to come to us, so you'll get it as well.
Yep.
Is there anything else from the 42A team?
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that then, we'll look to wind up, and in terms of a time frame for council and the applicant to liaise with each other, what were we thinking, a couple of weeks? Did you have a date in mind?
I think we talked about by the end of next week the updated sort of final provisions, and as I understood, Madam Chair, from your earlier directions, or the discussion earlier, that it would be at that point to also confirm timing for the final response from Council and our reply. Happy for it either to be confirmed now or to be confirmed next week. It doesn't make a significant difference.
I think the idea, certainly from the discussion we've had, would be if you could propose dates for the respective points for us to confirm, because we might on reflection have some additional questions or queries to ask, and the updated provisions might trigger something too. So on the proviso that it's a proposed time frame that would work for you, and our intention would be to confirm that, or if not, initiate some alternative.
Certainly.
I mean, is it efficient to just try and nail that now with a 5-minute adjournment? I mean, I guess the key thing is, how much do we intend to achieve pre-Christmas break? This thing's now looking like it might have a timetable that takes us into the new year, unless my learned friend's going to say that he can turn around the reply before the 22nd or whenever he closes. So
I mean, what I'm thinking is I'll issue a minute saying you'll come back to us by the end of next week with an agreed set of provisions, either earlier, or if you need longer, you can let us know. And then at that point, you'll propose a timetable, and then we'll turn that around pretty quickly as well.
Right. That's fine.
You happy with that?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, well, with that, then I think we're adjourned for now. So thank you to everybody who participated. You've all been very helpful. Yes.
Sorry to jump in there. Can I just ask one question, if you wouldn't mind?
You can ask it, and then you can ask me, and then I'll.
Yeah, sorry. So with the ICMP, which we were going back to just before, if we're confined to Plan Change 17, and the ICMP between armouring the drain or armouring the existing watercourse and possibility of the drain still coming into play, if we confine the zoning only to PC 17, how is the balance of the land outside that with if the
Yeah, look, there's a couple of things there. I mean, we were told that the ICMP is still in draft, but secondly, it will be a matter for our decision as to where we go on the scope of the plan change. So we are still a wee way away from getting to the point of making that decision. We've got these steps to go through with the council and the applicant, so we will be into the new year before we're able to answer that through our decision. Thank you. So thank you, everyone. We'll stand adjourned and hear from council and applicant in due course. Thank you.